Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, we are taking you live to Lewiston, Maine, where at least 2 separate shootings have left at least 22 people dead, dozens of others injured. On the right is scene video right there and police response from the incident that began just before 7 last night. Again, that search ongoing as we speak. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Megan Gillen. We're going to have much more from Maine, but first, a little closer to home, we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, who has a look at our forecast here today. Justin, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Temperatures not bad right now. Milder conditions here this morning as we step outside early for your Friday Eve. Overall, looking out over the inner harbor, not much to show you there, just those lights that are on in the city. With temperatures in the 50s for Westminster and Bel Air, 47 in Cockeysville, 54 your number as we wake up early in Baltimore City. So a milder Thursday morning, a warmer afternoon ahead. Then we have a big cool down that's coming next week. Those temperatures are going to be dramatically different. On your drive to work or school this morning, upper 40s and lower 50s as you get outside. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
This is an overwhelming situation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this. I'll tell you, my insides are just really sick over this.
This morning, a manhunt continues for the person responsible for shooting and killing at least 22 people and injuring dozens of others in 2 separate shootings, according to CNN. Gunfire started just before 7 last night in Lewiston, Maine. You've got a live look from the area there. We've got a reporter just in front of the shot as they're continuing to update us there. The Gun Violence Archive is naming this the worst mass shooting so far in 2023.
You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community, because Mainers were much better than this.
Lewiston police identifying 40-year-old Robert Card as a person of interest. They say he is considered armed and dangerous. Maine law enforcement officials say he is a certified firearms instructor and a member of the U.S. Army Reserve. Authorities in Maine tell CNN that Card recently reported mental health issues and allegedly made threats to shoot up a National Guard base in the state. If you are unfamiliar with this area, Lewiston is halfway between Portland and Maine's capital city, Augusta. It is home to roughly 36,000 people. Here's what we know right now about the 2 mass shootings. We know shots were first fired at a bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, just before 7 last night. Then, about a 10-minute drive away, shots broke out once again at a restaurant. Police have shared an image of the vehicle that they are looking for as well. We want to show that to you now here. It is a small white SUV with the front bumper believed to be painted black. They believe it was involved in at least one of the shooting scenes. There's the car right there. We want to take you live back now to Maine. Again, a reporter in that shot, the scene behind them with officers blocking off the area. Hundreds of police officers working across the state to locate Card. Residents are now being told to continue sheltering in place today. Lewiston public schools and nearby districts, they are closed, canceling classes as this manhunt continues. Again, Card considered a person of interest. And of course, the community now grieving the dozens of victims impacted by this mass shooting. Coming up at 10:30 this morning, we are getting word there will be a news conference on the shootings. You can stay with Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue to bring you the very latest developments on the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. Here in Baltimore this morning, we are following a situation that is developing in Baltimore County involving a video posted to the Citizen app that appears to show police punching a teenage suspect. Take a good look here.
Oh yeah, my man! Oh yeah, you going to jail, son. Get out! Chill, got me chill. Stop.
This incident happening near Woodlawn High School just after 8 o'clock yesterday morning before going viral in the afternoon. The video goes on for more than a minute there. Officers eventually bring the teen to the ground and put him in handcuffs. Baltimore County Police tell us that they are currently investigating the video and what might have led up to it. We'll stay with Fox 45 Early Edition. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly will be live with the teenage father's reaction, which is a story that you are seeing first right here on Fox. Also developing now this morning, a judge sentencing Michael Robertson, the Baltimore man convicted of killing his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child, to 2 life sentences. Akia Eggleston was reported missing back in May of 2017 after she failed to show up to her baby shower. Years later, Robertson was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. During his nearly 3-week-long trial, the state argued that Robertson killed Akia and then put her body in a dumpster. Her body has never been found. During yesterday's sentencing, several family members read victim impact statements. Robertson, however, remained quiet.
And he's a coward. He was a coward then when he killed Akia and killed Anubis. And he's a coward now. And he has no moral compass or character as a man. So I didn't expect him to say anything.
The healing has just begun. We waited for justice, and now we can have some sort of peace.
The judge ordered that the 2 life sentences will be served consecutively. Robert's attorney says they've already filed an appeal. Turning now to Howard County, officials are investigating after a massive 3-alarm fire breaks out at an apartment complex in Laurel, Maryland, displacing 26 residents. On the right, you can see video from our sister station in D.C. that was live on the scene. It's actually on the left-hand side of your screen there. Crews were called to Stepping Way near the CarMax on Wednesday morning around 11 a.m. to contain the blaze. Luckily, no one was hurt. The House newly elected Speaker, but celebrations will be put on hold. Coming up, why Maryland Congressman Andy Harris is backing Mike Johnson. And this morning, we are cool but warmer. Temperatures are heating up this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if the next weather maker could sweep through this weekend. And before we head to commercial, we have a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got light conditions out there, light volume, no major issues to report. 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
Just about 4:40 on your Thursday morning, looking outside from our Towson camera. Not much happening right now, and our temperatures are actually a little milder than where we've been the last few mornings. Definitely grab at least a light jacket as you head out over the next couple of hours, and make sure you got those sunglasses too, with more sunshine on the way later today. No need for the umbrella. We're going to stay rain-free as we get into the next few days. And out for a run or a jog on your jogging cast, temperatures in the lower 50s for the course of the next few hours. We'll take a look at the potential record-setting temperatures coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. The 2024 mayoral primary is just over 6 months away, and Democratic candidates Bob Wallace and Sheila Dixon have been critical of how Mayor Brandon Scott is handling crime in the city. At a campaign event this evening, Wallace said creating a safer city is all about collaboration and making sure that young people have consequences for their actions.
So let me be clear. The policy, the strategy of the next mayor has to be inclusive of Ivan Bates. It has to be inclusive of having the right police chief. It has to be inclusive of working with state resources, right? It's got to be inclusive of including federal resources, all in the focused effort of reducing crime and making the decision to the choice, right, to commit a crime, make it painful.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon joined us for a Fox 45 town hall Tuesday night, saying the state's juvenile crime laws are not doing enough to deter young offenders.
The General Assembly needs to come back together sooner than January. And I know that there's been some workshops and meetings to really look at what the current laws look at.
Well, if you missed Tuesday's town hall, it will air Saturday at 1 p.m. on MyTV Baltimore, Saturday at 11 p.m. on the CW, and Sunday at midnight right here on Fox 45. And you can also stream the entire town hall online right now at foxbaltimore.com. A Philadelphia officer once dismissed of murder charges may be facing a new obstacle coming up. Defense lawyers are speaking to why the shots fired are justified.
Bipolar disorder, often identified with mood swings, but some other symptoms might surprise you. I'm Liz Bonus. We share them just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gina Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, Americans defaulting on auto loans in record numbers. More than an indicator. A rocky road ahead, and we're going to talk with a leading economist about the trend. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. The National Alliance on Mental Health Illness reports that bipolar disorder is now the third most common mental health concern in the U.S. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the early warning signs.
Hey there, everybody. Bipolar disorder is often described as a depressed, manic state, but healthcare providers say knowing other early warning signs can help someone you love get help before it becomes life-altering. Those life-altering moments often come in the manic stage. Ohio's Linder Center of Hope chief adult psychiatrist Dr. Will Hartman told me.
Really out of character behaviors. Maybe they're talking more rapidly, spending more money than usual on unusual things. It would, again, be really a shift. This is a departure from their usual behavior and sustains over a period of days.
If bipolar isn't addressed, it tends to get worse over time, and some of the lesser-known symptoms show up. These may include extreme irritability, being less inhibited than usual, which can lead to experimenting with risky sexual experiences or mind-altering drugs. You may also see people appear to be rude by talking over others, being impatient and aggressive. The good news is that medications often combined with counseling, Dr. Hartman says, can really help manage bipolar illness.
Bipolar disorder is a condition that really has a key biological basis, and medications can be quite effective, and getting the right treatment is important.
Now, we put a quick quiz online. It helps you identify bipolar symptoms. It's from Mental Health America, and it can also help you find a treatment specialist right near you if needed. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. We'll throw it back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. We are just one day away from kicking off the World Series where the Diamondbacks and the Rangers are going head-to-head. You can catch all the Fall Classic coverage right here on Fox 45, your exclusive home for the World Series. So let's see how it breaks down. Taking you live to Phoenix, Arizona, just outside of Arlington, Texas, as we take a look. Let's see where these games are being played. Both those live shots pulled up for you there this morning. Regardless of location, first pitch will be at 8:03 each night. Game 1 is tomorrow in Texas, followed by Game 2 on Saturday. Both teams have Sunday off to then travel to Arizona, where they will play Game 3 on Monday, 4 on Tuesday, and then 5, if necessary, on Wednesday. And if needed, next Thursday, both teams would have off again to travel back to Texas. That's where they would wrap up the World Series next Friday and Saturday for Games 6 and 7 again if things go that far. We'll see what happens. Now, no matter which team you are cheering for this season, we'd like to see it. You can send in your pictures and your videos through Chime In. To get started, you scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, and it's all powered by Stackla. All right, 4:48 here on a Thursday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here, and this is supposed to be the warmest of the week, right? This is the near 80s?
Yeah, tomorrow will be the warmest day of the week. Yeah,
okay.
So tomorrow even warmer.
Going even
than
higher.
Today. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to talk about lower 80s potentially today, tomorrow, possibly a lower 80s, Saturday, possibly lower 80s. Yeah, this is the last weekend of October, friends. So this is what we have to deal with. And then that big cool down is what we're going to start thinking about and talking about as we head toward next week. But our Towson cam right now, everything looking good at this moment. Officially, our number at 54 in Towson. So those temperatures are milder than we've been. No wind to speak of. Maybe just a light jacket as you step out this morning. You can see on your Rise and Shine cast a warm beverage for sure, with temps hanging in the lower 50s for the next couple of hours. That sun not up until 7:28, and sun goes to bed at 6:13. We're getting closer to that time change. That actually happens next weekend, not this upcoming weekend when we fall back. 51 in that 8 o'clock hour, hanging out there at Brewers Hill. Lunch outdoors, why not? 73 at noon. We're going to be in the upper 70s, and some of us right near that 80-degree mark on your Thursday afternoon with plenty of sunshine. Now, we had some clouds that rolled in yesterday afternoon and overnight as well. That's helping to keep our temperatures more mild this morning, but overall, not going to see much of those clouds today, as we'll be in the upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 79 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, Perry Hall, White Marsh, you're in those mid to upper 70s later today. And you can see those upper 70s and lower 80s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., even Richmond at 82 for this afternoon. Now, here's that temperature tracker, and you can see that little kind of roller coaster, if you will, because we're going to go right down back into the upper 70s on Sunday and then upper 60s on Monday before we drop below the average line into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And yes, that is is into Halloween. If you want to get the cars cleaned up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, still got time to do that. We're not really tracking much in the way of rainfall. In fact, on our future scan, a very dry week, kind of boring, and the only thing that's happening is our warmer than average temperatures. You'll get a few clouds that'll be hanging around tomorrow from a weak disturbance rolling through, but not really going to prompt anything. And then we do have a cold front coming through on Saturday. Behind that, our temperatures will drop a little bit, but really next week is that bigger system that's really going to drop our numbers and change things up quite a bit. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. So 80s through Saturday, upper 70s on Sunday. Chance for rain comes in late Sunday afternoon. Monday is really going to be our best chance for rain, but some of the models do want to paint some rain on Tuesday. Hopefully we get all of that out of here by the time we get to trick-or-treating on Tuesday night, which will be chillier. Let's get a check on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 610 canceled and 10 train 613 also canceled this morning. And we've got train number 403 on the PAD line operating with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel in that instance. If your ride is on light link, a good start. On-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Attacks on American military bases overseas, why U.S. officials believe Iran is responsible and what they're doing to push back. I'm Scott Duman in Washington with a look.
And stay with Fox 45 all morning long as we continue to cover the manhunt happening in Lewiston, Maine, following the worst mass shooting so far this year in the U.S. We will continue to bring you the very latest as it breaks. Time now 4:52 as you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all making headlines this morning as we take you live to Philadelphia. A judge reinstating all charges. This is Capitol Hill. We'll try to get Philly for you here soon. We know a judge reinstated all charges, including murder against a former Philadelphia police officer who shot and killed a motorist in August. The Common Pleas Court judge says the facts of the case should be established at trial. This comes after all 7 charges were dismissed a month ago against Mark Dial. Defense lawyers argue the shooting was justified because the former officer believed the victim had a weapon. Dial was taken into custody and is being held without bail. Taking you now from Philadelphia to Malibu, where the driver of a BMW who hit and killed 4 Pepperdine University students last week pleads not guilty to murder charges. 22-year-old Fraser Boehm appeared in court yesterday, a day after he was arrested for the second time. He was originally arrested on suspicion of manslaughter after the crash, but was released the next day while investigators gathered more evidence. His bail is now set at $4 million. In Arizona, one man is in jail after an alleged online threat of executing a mass shooting at the University of Arizona. According to state and federal complaints, 27-year-old Michael Peng Chung Lee posted the threats on Snapchat Sunday night. By Monday night, he was stopped for speeding and arrested, and that's when he allegedly admitted to making the threats. An email from the University of Arizona confirms that Lee is not a student. Federal charges, we're told, are possible. Well, we are seeing new footage this morning of the damage caused by Israel airstrikes in Gaza. Israel says that it is continuing to target areas it believes are hotbeds for Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week again telling soldiers that plans for a ground offensive are still in the works. U.S. officials are reportedly urging Israel to avoid the full-scale ground assault on Gaza that the IDF has been preparing for.
Hamas is hiding behind Palestinian civilians and is despicable and, not surprisingly, cowardly as well. This also puts an added burden on Israel while they go after Hamas. But that does not lessen the need to operate in line with the laws of war. For Israel has to do everything in its power. Israel has to do everything in its power, as difficult it is to protect innocent civilians.
U.S. officials are also dealing with an Iranian threat as groups supported by Iran continue to attack American military personnel. Chief political correspondent Scott Thuman brings us the latest as at least 24 Americans have been hurt so far.
For the White House, no time to mince words.
My warning to the Ayatollah was that if they continue to move against those troops, we will respond, and he should be prepared.
President Biden, in light of news that 24 American military personnel have been wounded in a series of drone strikes on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria, the Pentagon saying the attacks were supported by Iran.
We do not want this war to widen. But if Iran or its proxies attack U.S. personnel anywhere, make no mistake, we will defend our people, we will defend our security swiftly and decisively.
Iran's exact role in the Israeli-Gaza war is still being determined, but many see them either as participants or at the very least proponents, and now taking advantage of the chaos to go after Americans too. While the president's sending F-16 fighter jets to help deter more attacks on Americans, critics wonder if the administration has done enough to keep Iran in check, pointing to Biden recently unfreezing $6 billion in Iranian assets that have since been blocked again.
Enforce the sanctions. They should be able to sell oil. Number 2, stop giving them money. Make sure the $6 billion never gets there. Okay. And number 3, then what's the next step it's going to take? Do we have to destroy all their oil fields? Do we have to destroy their nuclear facilities?
Now reports indicate there are red lights flashing everywhere. But analysts say Iran is walking a tightrope, aware if it pushes too hard or begins a wider war, it could trigger a direct fight with Israel and the U.S. Complicating matters more is China, which has been strengthening its ties with Iran, but both nations face global sanctions and can only push so far or risk more economic turmoil. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here and it just blows your mind.
Taking you live to Lewiston, Maine, where two separate shootings leave at least 22 people dead, dozens of others injured. Straight ahead from our live center, what we know as this situation continues to develop.
Baltimore County officer punching a teenager. Straight ahead, we are going to have a look at the footage and how the dad is responding.
Temperatures milder this morning, and we're going to warm up today. The warming trend into the weekend, but yep, ... We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, but we do have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the weather.
I'm curious about the ...
I know.
Justin.
Yeah, and everybody's going to be curious about that because of what's happening next week. But let's focus on the positive and the immediate future with our warming numbers later today. I'm taking you outside right now. Quiet conditions here in Towson. Most of us are seeing temperatures in the 40s and 50s statewide. 47 in Cumberland, 54 in Hagerstown, 55 in Westminster right now. We're down to 52 in Baltimore City. So weather story looks like this: a milder Thursday morning, warmer afternoon ahead with that big cool down that is on the way next week. On your morning drive today, temperatures mainly staying in the low to mid 50s under mostly clear skies. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that next chance for rain as well.
I want to go right to that breaking news coming out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 22 people are dead, according to CNN, and dozens of others injured after a mass shooting in at least 2 locations.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got the person that police are searching for right now. Megan.
Yeah, Patrice, Tom, they're asking everyone to take a good look at this picture here. This is 40-year-old Robert Card. Police say he is armed and dangerous. He is a firearms instructor that is trained by the military. We're going to take a look at video just into our newsroom here. This is from the scenes. Again, there are at least 2 locations confirmed here at this hour. There was a mass shooting that happened at a bar, and then another one that happened at a bowling alley. We've got a live look from one of those scenes here as we take to our smart board here right now. We know as we take a look at here, you can see police blocking off the area. The locations of those shootings, we're told, are roughly a 10-minute drive apart, prompting police lockdowns all across the area, all across the town of Lewiston. This is an area, guys, as you look at the map here, it is about 30 miles north of Portland, Maine. It is home to roughly 36,000 people. An emergency alert has now been issued asking people to avoid the area, shelter in place. You saw in that live shot, pretty deserted out there. Police are continuing to search for Card right now. Schools in the area are closed today.
My insides are just really sick over this. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
Police are also releasing this photo of a vehicle found just miles from one of the scenes there. Police say they believe that this white SUV was involved in at least one of the mass shootings. I want to take you live now to Central Maine Medical Center Hospital. You can see reporters in and out of this shot here. This is where some of the victims are being treated this morning. We have heard stories of families crying in the lobby there as they're hearing the news here. Again, right now, 22 people dead, dozens of others have been hurt. The Gun Violence Archive, take a look at this, just posting this about an hour ago, that this is now the worst mass shooting in the United States this year here. Again, Card, a person of interest. We're keeping an eye on some of these live cameras throughout our region. That live shot from the scene there. Again, all we can see right now is police blocking off the area as they're searching. They're hoping daylight will bring some answers, maybe give them clues as to where he could be hiding. 10:30 a.m., guys, want to keep you mindful of that. They're scheduling a news conference there, hoping to learn more information. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center.
Well, this morning we are following a situation that is developing in Baltimore County involving video posted to Citizen app that appears to show police punching a suspect while they were resisting arrest. Take a look.
Oh yeah, my man! Oh yeah, you going to jail, son. Get out! Chill, dummy, chill. Stop.
This incident happening right near Woodlawn High School just after 8 yesterday morning. Before going viral in the afternoon, the video goes on for about a minute or more, and then you see officers eventually bringing that teen to the ground and were able to put him in handcuffs.
Baltimore County Police tell us they're currently investigating the video and what may have led up to it. The teen's father spoke with Fox 45. Shannon Lilly joins us live with the story you're seeing first on Fox. Shannon.
Yeah, Baltimore County Police tell us, Patrice, that they are not only investigating this incident and reviewing it, but they are reviewing it like they say they do for every use of force incident. Meanwhile, this teen's dad is demanding accountability. The whole thing happened not far from where we are right here, just behind me, as the teen's dad says that his son, his 16-year-old son, and friends were on their way to school. So this is Woodlawn High School here. And the dad says there was a fender bender with a Baltimore County police officer's vehicle and the boy's friend's car, and that's when his son started documenting the incident with his cell phone camera. He was taking pictures. Well, that's when this dad says another officer, quote, aggressively approached the boy. Words were exchanged and the confrontation quickly turned physical. All of it caught here on video. The father calling what happened an act of excessive force.
I'm still upset right now because here's why I'm upset. You never told me why my son was charged. You never told me what the reason he was charged for, what he did. He's 5'7.5". He weighs about 120 pounds, soaking wet. Now, my question is 16-year-old boy, you got him in a headlock. There's another officer holding him from behind, but you're punching him in the head. You're trying to rip his face off. You got your fingers in his eyes. What happened to pepper spray? Pepper spray the kid. If you think he's that aggressive, you know what I'm saying? Do something other than what you're doing right now. Why I'm talking to you right now? Because this could happen to another kid. This could happen to another black kid just doing the same thing, taking a video, minding his business, and mounting off to the police office. When I talked to Mike, he said, I want him to get fired. I don't want to go that far. The guy has a job, he has a life, he has a family. I want him to get reprimand, some kind of sensitivity training.
Now, that father also tells us that he has an appointment with an attorney this morning. Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are not releasing many details about this incident, just that that teen does face several charges, including second-degree assault and disorderly conduct. Reporting live from Woodlawn High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Baltimore County Police Union responding to this incident. In a statement, it reads, the group recording was trespassing and police ordered them to leave. The group refused, and the suspect in the video threatened to attack an officer. The statement goes on to read, quote, we expect our community to comply with lawful orders given by our police officers. This type of lawlessness is out of control. The law-abiding citizens of Baltimore County have had enough. You can find that full statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We will continue to follow this story in Baltimore County and the mass shootings in Maine. Stay up to date by downloading the Fox 45 News app. Search WBFF in your app store. A councilman criticizes the city for not keeping up with crime. In our next half hour, we hear from residents in his district about their public safety concerns.
Temperatures are milder this morning, some 40s and 50s as you step out, but we are heating up or warming up this afternoon, however you want to look at it. We'll talk about it coming up in a
5:11 in breaking news as Israel Defense Forces step up airstrikes again overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just coming into the newsroom showing IDF forces firing into Gaza. Megan.
Yeah, guys, this right here, see that? This was the scene over the last few hours. You can see those airstrikes kind of just glowing in the darkness right there. Want to go ahead and take you live to Gaza here this morning. You can see we've got some smoke in the distance right there that was billowing up right there. The main United Nations agencies has been working right there in Gaza, but it now says it's going to be forced to stop its operations within hours due to a lack of fuel there. Here at home, as we take you live to the White House, the Biden administration, they are echoing global calls, pushing for a humanitarian pause of Israeli airstrikes. Meantime, live on Capitol Hill, House lawmakers passing the first resolution yesterday in support of Israel. American weapons now getting ready to head to battle. The U.S. agreeing to send 2 Iron Dome batteries to Israel, in addition to Iron Dome interceptors that the U.S. has already provided from stocks in Israel. Also, we've got new numbers for you guys coming in this morning regarding hostages. According to Israel officials, Hamas is holding 135 people hostage now, 12 from the U.S. and the rest from at least 24 other countries. We are continuing to track the latest developments here from the Middle East, Gaza specifically there. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as soon as anything might break. Patrice.
USPS is cracking down on crime, what Project Safe Delivery is, and how it works to keep postal employees safe.
One of the worst mass shootings in the U.S. this year prompts a massive search for a person of interest right now. Stay here with Fox 45 Morning News as we continue to bring you the latest developments out of Lewiston, Maine. 5:13 is the time. You're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor here. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local.
.15 now. The 2024 mayoral primary is just over 6 months away, and businessman Bob Wallace says he anticipates running for mayor. He hasn't officially filed yet. At a campaign event, Wallace said creating a safer city is all about collaboration and making sure that young people have consequences for their actions.
So let me be clear. the policy, the strategy of the next mayor has to be inclusive of Ivan Bates. It has to be inclusive of having the right police chief. It has to be inclusive of working with state resources, right? It's got to be inclusive of including federal resources, all in the focused effort of reducing crime and making the decision to the choice, right, to commit a crime, make it painful.
Well, former Mayor Sheila Dixon joined us for a Fox 45 town hall Tuesday night, saying the state's juvenile crime laws are not doing enough to deter young offenders.
The General Assembly needs to come back together sooner than January. And I know that there's been some workshops and meetings to really look at what the current laws look at.
Now, if you missed Tuesday's town hall, will air this Saturday afternoon at 1 on MyTV Baltimore, Saturday night at 11 on the CW, and then Sunday at midnight right here on Fox 45. You can also stream the entire town hall online. You can do that right now at foxbaltimore.com.
517 and topping your consumer news. The U.S. Postal Service says law enforcement has made more than 600 arrests since May, cracking down on postal crimes. USPS launched Project Safe Delivery amid a rise in mail theft and attacks against postal employees. According to data from the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, nearly 500 letter carriers were robbed last year. The Postal Service is taking steps to reduce robberies, including replacing tens of thousands of universal keys and installing high-security blue collection boxes in high-risk areas.
Well, taking you to live on the Las Vegas Strip, where Culinary Workers Union members continue to strike against three major casino companies. Just last night, thousands of hotel workers took to the streets. You see them there, blocking traffic, though, for roughly 30 minutes. Dozens were then arrested for sitting in the street during rush hour traffic. Las Vegas police say 58 people were given a misdemeanor for assembling to disturb the peace.
The United Auto Workers Union and Ford have reportedly reached a tentative labor deal, according to a source familiar with the matter, but no official announcement from either the union or Ford has been made. Any deal would still need to be voted on by the 57,000 UAW members at Ford, which would likely take more than a week. This reported agreement does not have a direct effect on continuing strikes at rival automakers General Motors and Stellantis, but this could step up pressure to get their own deals done with their workers. The UAW has been on strike against all three automakers since September 15th.
5:19 is the time on this Thursday morning, and not as cold as it was yesterday when we stepped out.
Absolutely not. My car was in the 50s on the way in, and we were outside in T-shirts yesterday on the trampoline. I mean, it was a good time.
I mean, it was almost 80 degrees yesterday, and today we're going to be maybe a few degrees warmer than that, and then tomorrow a few degrees warmer than that, and then Saturday a degree or two warmer than that. So you understand what's going on.
Possibly record-breaking Saturday, right?
Yeah, well, tomorrow actually is going to be the best chance at our record, Tom. And you know what? We may actually make a run at it today. We'll talk about the actual numbers here in just a moment. Our weather headlines looking like this. Overall, a milder Thursday morning. 52 is your current temperature. We're going for a high of 80 today, and today's record is 81. So close to the record for this afternoon. A warmer afternoon ahead, too, with a big cool down that's coming for next week. We'll talk about next week when we get to the 7-day. But right now, let's look at our HD radar. Everything is nice and quiet here. Not much happening. We do have this large ridge of high pressure to the south of us, and that is what's keeping us nice and warm and also mild, especially in the overnight hours. Not so for our friends in the northern Rockies and Montana, where they've got winter storm warnings there. Parts of Yellowstone getting a lot of snow, even though it is still autumn. Now, let's take a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids head out this morning. Yeah, at least a light jacket when they're hanging out in the next few hours at the bus stop. But we're going to be in the lower 70s by noontime and recess, and some of us close to that 80-degree mark. Overall, a warm afternoon for any kind of activities you want to do with you and the kiddos, or just you yourself going to get out there and maybe play some golf. 55 by 9 a.m. We're talking about lower 70s through noontime and upper 70s into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 65 is typically where we are this time of year. Mid to upper 70s and low lower 80s. That's where we're going to be across the board throughout central Maryland. And up and down the 95 corridor, 70s and lower 80s as well for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., even 71 if you're heading down the ocean, and upper 70s in Cumberland. Now, mainly VFR conditions for pilots today, visual flight rules. We do have some MVFR and some IFR that's been out toward the eastern shore. Not as foggy this morning as it was yesterday morning, but either way, just be aware of that if you live out in the east or if you're flying that way. All right, our future scan staying dry for the afternoon today. We're really not tracking much in the way of rain. We'll get some cloud cover that'll roll through tomorrow afternoon, but still not actually tracking rainfall. A cold front's going to come through on Saturday, late Saturday into Sunday behind the front. Excuse me, that allows our temperatures to drop a little bit, but it's next week where we'll really have a big cool down, and that's going to be that pattern change as we head into November. We're just 5 days away from Halloween, 10 days until we fall back. That is the time change, which happens next Sunday, and then Thanksgiving officially 4 weeks from today. So Turkey Day is right around the corner. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. The record for tomorrow is 82. We're looking for a high of 83 on Friday. That'll break a 60-year-old record. We keep the lower 80s on Saturday. Now, the record for Saturday is 87, so I think that one's safe. But either way, you can see just how warm we are. And look at that big drop-off. 71 with some showers on Monday afternoon and evening. Tuesday, our highs only in the upper 50s for Halloween. So it will be chilly as the kids get out to do their trick-or-treating on Tuesday night. Patrice?
Man, you're right. That's a big drop off. All right. Well, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, we are tracking reports of a disabled vehicle on 895 South just past Lombard Street. We don't have a camera right there on the incident, but this is in that area. You see it's not impacting traffic too much. We do know that it's closing the southbound shoulder and one traffic lane, but without a lot of volume out there so far, that one lane probably isn't causing too much problem. Let's get a check of mass transit now. We've got Mark Jones with the NTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 613 and 10 train 413 canceled today. And we've got 10 train 505 for the start with a 5 to 10 minute delay. Certainly allow time for travel there. Light rail link right on time. If that's your ride, no delays or issues. And you'll find Metro Subway on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The House newly elects its speaker, but celebrations will be put on hold. Coming up, why Maryland Congressman Andy Harris is backing Mike Johnson.
Residents in Federal Hill are stepping up and speaking out about why they don't feel safe in their own neighborhood. Coming up, the changes they want to see. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
We're going to dispense with all the usual ceremonies and celebrations that traditionally follow a new speakership because we have no time for either one. The American people's business is too urgent in this moment.
Making headlines this morning, no fanfare for newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana, who says he wants the House to get right to business. Now, all 220 Republicans voted for Johnson to be elected yesterday morning after about 3 weeks without a House Speaker.
Johnson is promising an aggressive schedule for lawmakers in the weeks ahead. Congress is working to pass a federal spending bill, as well as constructing aid packages for Israel and Ukraine. Maryland Congressman Andy Harris shares why he backed Johnson.
Well, I think the House made an excellent choice. I think Mike Johnson's going to be an exceptional leader for the country. It's a difficult time in our country. It's a difficult time in the world. And I think he has all the leadership qualities that are going to be necessary to lead the House of Representatives in these difficult times.
All 209 House Democrats voted for Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. They're questioning Johnson's voting record on gay rights, abortion, and the 2020 election.
House Republicans have put their names behind someone who has been called the most important architect of the Electoral College objections.
Well, Johnson says he promises to work with Democrats despite some differences. A cool morning, but some of us will see the 80s and feel the 80s by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the warm up and then the cool down ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And this morning, a manhunt is underway in Lewiston, Maine, as we take you there live right now. Straight ahead from our live center, what we know right now about the worst mass shooting now in the U.S. this year. It is 5:28, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to find out exactly how warm it will get in this afternoon's temperatures when the kids are getting off the bus.
I think they're going to like it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, onion effect in play once again, peeling back those layers. Send them off with a jacket this morning, and this afternoon, well, shorts and T-shirts is what we're talking about. Basically, that will be the case for the next few days. We're right into our warming trend now. 46 your temp currently, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We're at 49 in Towson, lower 50s in Dundalk, Essex, Middle River at 49 as well. Some of us about 5 to 8 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. So you'll still need at least a light jacket as you step out, but check out how those temperatures are rising. We'll be in the 60s by 10 a.m., upper 70s by noon, and into the lower 80s for some of us into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. How about a high of 80 today, 83 tomorrow, 83 on Saturday? Yeah, I'll take it for sure. Final weekend of October will be very much on the milder side. Or warm side. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Authorities in Maine are now searching for a person of interest connected to at least 2 mass shootings that left at least 22 people dead.
Megan Gillen is in our live center this morning as police are searching for the person they say is armed and dangerous. Megan?
That's right, Tom. Patrice, we're taking you live. This is the entrance that leads into Lewiston, Maine here this morning. You can see the police cruiser right there actually blocking off the road right there. That community, guys, is on lockdown right now. Everyone being told to shelter in place as police search for this man right here. They posted this on Facebook, on Twitter, on all social media. This is 40-year-old Robert Card that you see there. Police say he is armed, he is dangerous, and he is a person of interest in all of this. Here's what we know right now. We know at least 22 people have been killed, more than a dozen others injured in at least 2 shootings, one at a bowling alley and another at a bar roughly 10 minutes away. Officials say the number of fatalities may continue to grow. Viewer video from our Sinclair sister station in Portland, Maine. Look at this, showing police rushing to the scene after those shots rang out. Here's the latest from police.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
Police also releasing this photo right here of a vehicle found just miles from one of the scenes. They believe it was involved in at least one of the shootings right there. We are getting word that Maine State Police will be holding a news conference at 10:30 this morning. Again, we're keeping an eye on the situation out there right now. They're hoping as the sun comes up, that might help them inch closer to Card. For now, that's the latest from our live center. Patrice, Tom.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, as Fox 45 News is following the fallout from a letter that Councilman Eric Costello sent to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale.
That letter describes a crime in his district in which a man on a scooter was mugged along a well-lit street in front of several surveillance cameras. Now, in the letter, the councilman says, quote, the perpetrators have little fear given the brazen nature of this crime.
Now, it goes on to read that police took more than 9 hours to reach out to the victim or the business where that crime happened just to get the camera footage of the crime. He says crimes like this, quote, shake our collective confidence in the mayor's crime plan.
I've spent every waking moment over the last 5 days fielding phone calls, text messages, and emails from residents who don't feel safe. People are scared to come out of their home in the middle of broad daylight. That is insane. The administration needs to do something to get this situation under control.
Now, while the number of murders and non-fatal shootings across the city are down, the councilman points to the soaring number of carjackings and car thefts in Baltimore City. The latest police data shows there have been more than 9,000 cars stolen in the city so far this year. That is a 230% increase from this time last year.
Juvenile violence is soaring in Baltimore City and across the state. Police, parents, and prosecutors are all sounding the alarm about the problem, saying that juvenile offenders know they cannot be prosecuted under current state laws, which is emboldening some to commit crimes. Plus, businesses like restaurants and grocery stores have been falling victim to theft recently. Fox 45 News has spoken with a number of business owners about the crime, and they say the city has not done enough to protect them. Some businesses have been forced to close because of the crime.
Well, during a Fox 45 News town hall on Tuesday night, panelists say the city needs to put more focus on quality of life crimes and make sure that everyone knows if you commit any crime, there will be consequences.
There's a problem when you don't put the safety and the concern of your citizens ahead of everything else.
You can't ignore any type of crime in the city. You can play the number game with murders and numbers of guns you're collecting, but it's about the quality of life for every neighborhood, for every citizen. We should not have to look behind our back and feel that something is going on.
Well, this morning we are hearing from residents in Councilman Costello's district. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with reaction from Federal Hill. Shannon?
Yeah, when looking at the crime statistics, Tom, some of them do appear to be down from this time last year, like when we're talking about homicides and non-fatal shootings. So we set out to find out why so many residents still feel unsafe. Here's some of your responses.
I don't feel safe. Neighbors are talking about they're afraid to walk out of their house.
Well, my mom's car's been stolen.
We've had a lot of windows broken.
And then they came and broke her window.
They're kind of wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, stealing packages, breaking windows. No guidelines for the park. We need security at this park.
A lot of it just comes down to community. It'll be communities just policing their community.
Now, many of the long-timers here in Federal Hill fear the government has forgotten them. Crimes affecting their quality of life, like carjackings, car thefts, and vandalism, have all soared, and the struggle to find protection has grown difficult. So some people say they want to see more police officers patrolling the neighborhoods, but bottom line, they want leaders to know they don't feel safe in their own neighborhood. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Now, this isn't the first time we've heard from residents and community leaders who say they don't feel safe in the city. We've been hearing it for months.
Baltimore is a state of emergency right now. It's not safe for nobody.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
And no, we've talked to so many residents. We're going through all the 14 councilmanic districts. We're about halfway through, and I can tell you that residents do not feel safe.
Fox 45 News took those concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott, who is pushing back on parts of Councilman Costello's criticism.
The mayor says it's not just about what Baltimore police officers are doing, and that there are many other pieces to his crime-fighting puzzle.
People are leaving the city because they don't feel like they can walk their dogs. We've seen assaults on a dog walker. We've seen people who are, getting their cars stolen right outside their house, and this continues to happen.
The fact of the matter is Baltimore is down in robberies. The fact of the matter is that we're down in homicides that we don't seem to talk about anymore, right? They're down 19% in the city of Baltimore. We know that auto theft is an issue across this country.
Well, according to Baltimore police data, robberies from this year are down 2% compared to the same time last year, but the data does not eliminate the real feel or fear from some community members. If you want to see the mayor's full response to Councilman Costello's letter, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. New video appears to show a police officer repeatedly punching a teen. Fox 45 News talks with the boy's father about what happened.
This morning, we are cool, but warmer temperatures are ahead by this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if the next weather maker could sweep through this weekend. 5:39 is the time.
5:42 is your time right now. Weather Authority forecast here on your Thursday as we look at our Towson camera. Quiet conditions right now and pretty mild overall. Just a light jacket as you step out, and definitely have those sunglasses ready to go. Also the shorts and flip-flops as you're going to be outside later today. Our temps will top out at 80 this afternoon, 61 tonight, even warmer with lower 80s on the way tomorrow. We'll talk about the records that could fall in terms of our high temperatures and the big change that we have to deal with early next week.
And the temperatures remind you of the boys of summer. Still to come this morning on Fox 45's Early Edition. We are counting down to the first pitch of the World Series happening right here on Fox 45. After the break, where each game in this series will be played as the Diamondbacks and Rangers go head-to-head.
And a massive explosion in space is caught on camera. Still to come, how it's breaking records over the entire Milky Way. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.545, and we are just one day away from kicking off the World Series, where the Diamondbacks and the Rangers will be going head-to-head.
You can catch all the Fall Classic coverage right here on Fox 45, your exclusive home for the World Series.
Phoenix, Arizona, just outside Arlington, Texas.
First pitch will be 8:03 each night. Game 1 is tomorrow in Texas, followed by Game 2 on Saturday.
Well, both teams have Sunday off to travel to Arizona. There, they will play Game 3 Monday, and then 4 on Tuesday. And if there is a need for a 5, that will happen Wednesday.
And if the series makes it this far, both teams will be off next Thursday, and they'll travel back to Texas, and that is where they will wrap up the World Series next Friday and Saturday for Game 6 and 7.
Also, check this out. A massive explosion in space has been caught on the camera by the James Webb Space Telescope, and it's over 1 million times brighter than the entire Milky Way. The gamma ray explosion is the second brightest ever witnessed in more than 50 years. The burst created a kilonova, which means 2 neutron stars merging in the galaxy about 1 billion light years away. That's all according to a study published yesterday in the journal Nature. Chemical elements, some necessary for much of life on Earth, were detected within the aftermath of this kilonova.
Amazing that thing still works after me in there messing around in the master control, letting me in, touching buttons and
Did
things
you
like that.
somehow cause that explosion? No. Walk away.
I should walk away.
It would be called the Justin Nova.
Right, instead of the kilonova. Good morning, everybody. I love that is right here in Baltimore, at least controlled here in Baltimore. We love that. And great, just amazing images from that Webb telescope out there. Our beautiful shot right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Can't look as far out into the future as the Webb does, but overall looking at a nice start to your morning. Our temperatures kind of on the milder side. A lot of us are in the 50s. You can always catch those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. Overall, our HD radar very quiet right now, and it's been this big H that's been hanging around for the last couple of days. That ridge of high pressure just to the south of us continuing to funnel in and bring in more of that warmer air from the south and keeping all of the moisture and the cooler air away from us. So on your rise and shine cast, numbers here into the lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Sun does not come up until 7:28 this morning. And we'll go to bed at 6:13 tonight. We got that time change coming up in about 10 days, so we fall back to standard time next Sunday morning. Here's a look at our MetroCast day planner. 53 by 8 a.m. hanging out there in Brewers Hill. Great day for lunch outdoors or anything you want to do today. We're talking about lower 70s into that noon hour and upper 70s. Some of us close to 80 degrees for our high later this afternoon. And remember that typically this time of year, we're getting into late October now. 65 is typically where we hang out. But our upper 70s and lower 80s will continue to skew those numbers here for Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs later today. Also for you in Howard and Arundel counties, lower 80s, Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge. Glen Burnie, Pasadena at 80 today, 78 your temperature in Severna Park. So if you want to get out there and fire up that grill this afternoon or evening, man, what a night to do that. We're talking about upper 70s through 5 p.m. and even hanging on to some mid to upper 60s in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. Very pleasant conditions as well. And on our future scan, there's not much to track except for that ridge that has just been so strong. Now, we'll get a few more clouds that'll roll in tomorrow afternoon, but it's not going to do much to change up our weather pattern. We do have a weak cold front coming through Saturday afternoon. So after this passes through, Sunday and Monday will be a little bit cooler, but the big cool down is really coming next week as we're going to change up that weather pattern significantly and get back into more of those fall-like numbers, even below average. But we've got 3 more days with temperatures that will be hanging out in the lower 80s. Even on Sunday, it'll be a bit cooler, but we're going to be close to 80 with a chance for a few light showers late Sunday afternoon. Best chance for rain right now looks to come on Monday, so that's good for trick-or-treaters. Some of the models, though, do have some showers hanging out on Tuesday, but look at the temperature difference. 71 Monday, 57 on Tuesday. That's the high temperature for the day, so much cooler conditions as we get into the middle of next week and November, which is right around the corner. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday Eve, sir.
Happy Friday Eve, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and Penn Train 413 and Penn 613, both canceled this morning. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service in both directions, and Metro Subway on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The U.S. House of Representatives finally has a speaker. I'm Atrell Nishar on Capitol Hill with how Republicans were able to come to a consensus after 22 days.
A community in Maine on lockdown this morning as police search for a man connected to a string of deadly mass shootings. You see reporters still on scene there this morning. We're going to bring you the very latest details coming up at 6. 5:51 is the time now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:54 now. Developing this morning, the U.S. House of Representatives can get back to work now that Republicans have agreed on a new speaker, Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson.
It only took him one vote on the House floor to get the gavel, but as national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports, what's next for Johnson may be much more difficult.
Today is the day we get this done.
After 4 nominating cycles and 22 days without a House Speaker, Republicans did get it done.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson won the gavel on a party line vote without a single Republican voting against him.
Please raise your right hand.
What's next for Johnson would be difficult for any speaker, especially one who didn't expect to fill the job. Congress must fund the government by November 17th and decide how to proceed with the president's more than $100 billion request to fund Israel, Ukraine, the southern border, and Taiwan.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now, and I will not let you down.
Elected to the House in 2016, Johnson has the least amount of legislative experience among the leaders with whom he'll be negotiating these issues. Beyond urgent funding needs, will Johnson be able to reach across the aisle to get things done? Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries managed to quickly form an amicable working relationship.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
It could take longer for Johnson and Jeffries.
House Democrats will continue to push back against extremism in this chamber and throughout the country.
But Johnson may prioritize mending strains within his own party, on full display the past 22 days.
I think they're worn out, they're tired. I think the country is frustrated by it. The conference is frustrated by it.
The House is already back to work. Lawmakers moved immediately to debate and then vote on a resolution saying the United States stands with Israel and condemns Hamas. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
Meanwhile, Democrats are taking aim at the newly elected House Speaker for some of his past comments on abortion and same-sex marriage. The Democratic National Committee calls Johnson an anti-abortion extremist, referencing comments he made about Roe v. Wade and Americans' entitlements during a House Judiciary Hearing Committee. The digital arm of President Biden's re-election campaign tweeted this video.
You think about the implications of that on the economy. We're all struggling here to cover the bases of Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and all the rest. If we had all those able-bodied workers in the economy, we wouldn't be going upside down and toppling over like this. Listen, the gentleman, I will not yield. I will not.
Critics also point to editorials written by Johnson during his time as an attorney for a socially conservative legal group in the mid-2000s. CNN reports he suggested same-sex marriage could be the downfall of the democratic system and wrote in support of the criminalization of gay sex. Johnson received unanimous support from House Republicans to secure the gavel, promising to work with Democrats despite their philosophical differences. Former President Trump also congratulated Johnson, calling him a tremendous man.
Speaking of the former president, Trump has been fined again for violating a partial gag order in his business fraud case. He said Wednesday outside a courtroom.
This judge is a very partisan judge, with a person who's very partisan sitting alongside of him, perhaps even much more partisan than he is.
Well, Trump appeared to be talking about Judge Arthur Engoron's law clerk, it appears, after he was explicitly told not to speak about the courtroom or the people involved with it. The former president denies that he was referring to the clerk. Trump is ordered to pay $10,000 for his remark. This after he was already hit with a $5,000 fine for criticizing the judge on social media.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community, because Mainers were much better than this.
A Maine community on lockdown following a mass shooting. We are taking you live as the search for a person of interest is underway.
New video appears to show a Baltimore County police officer repeatedly punching a teenage suspect in the head. Straight ahead, we're going to have a look at that footage and how the teen's dad is now responding.
Temperatures mild this morning. We're going to be heating up this afternoon and potentially near record highs. We'll talk about that and how long those numbers stick with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we start by going to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the great warm-up and possibly some record-breaking temperatures here in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Good morning to everyone. Overall, a real nice day yesterday. We almost hit 80 degrees officially, and we're starting off nice and kind of mild this morning as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Sun's still about an hour and a half away from coming up. 40s and 50s statewide is what we're seeing for the eastern shore across the bay to Baltimore at 50 degrees, 55 in Westminster, 40s out in Cumberland. So overall, not too bad for any of us. May still want the bun warmer out for your morning drive. As Mr. Bo says, we're good to go. Temps staying in the 50s for the next few hours. We're on our way to close to 80 for some later this afternoon. That's the official number we're going for, which will be just 1 degree shy of that record high. We'll have another look at what we can expect with your forecast for tomorrow. And of course, as we head into the weekend, that's coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Breaking news out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 16 people are dead, dozens of others injured after a mass shooting in at least 2 locations.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got the person that police are searching for right now. Megan.
Yeah, right here, guys. Take a good look. This is 40-year-old Robert Card. Police say that he is armed and he is dangerous. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military. And we're also learning he was recently committed to a mental health facility. We want to go ahead and take you live now to Lisbon Falls, Maine, where there was just police activity at a boat launch just down the street from where this officer is blocking the road. No word on if they found anything or what led them to that boat launch location. What we do know is that there are at least 2 locations confirmed at this hour, a mass shooting at a bar and another at a bowling alley. Those locations roughly a 10-minute drive apart. All of this, guys, prompting police lockdowns across the town of Lewiston. The area, about 30 miles north of Portland, Maine, it's home to roughly 36,000 people. An emergency alert now issued there, asking people to avoid the area, to shelter in place as police continue to search for Cards. Schools in that area are closed today.
My insides are just really sick over this. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
Police also releasing this photo of a vehicle found just miles from one of the scenes. Police say they believe it was involved in at least one of the shootings. A live look now from Central Maine Medical Center Hospital. You see a reporter in the shot right now. We know some of the victims are being treated at that hospital this morning. Again, right now, 16 people are dead. At one point, if you were listening earlier, CNN had reported that the death toll could have been as high as 22. They have since lowered that number. We know dozens of others are hurt. Again, being treated, some of them at that hospital there behind the reporter. The Gun Violence Archive, actually, guys, let me go ahead and pull this up for you here. They were actually putting this out just earlier this morning, that this is now the worst mass shooting in the U.S. this year. Again, Card, a person of interest. Want to go back live there. They keep updating some of these live shots here. A new one just coming in there. It was an aerial shot there. Looks like they just took it down. We'll try to get that for you in a little bit. Meantime, also hearing 10:30 a.m. There will be a news conference this morning. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. A lot unfolding this morning. Patrice.
6:03 this morning, we are following a situation developing out of Baltimore County involving video posted to the Citizen app that appears to show police punching a suspect. Take a look.
Oh yeah, my man! Oh yeah, you going to jail, Stop.
Now, this incident happened near Woodlawn High School just after 8 yesterday morning before then going viral by the afternoon. The video goes on for more than a minute. Officers eventually bring that teen to the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Baltimore County Police tell us that they are currently investigating the video and what may have led up to it. The teen's father speaking with Fox 45, and Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the story you're seeing first on Fox. Shannon.
Yeah, Baltimore County Police tell us, Tom, that they are not only aware of this incident, but they are now reviewing it like they say they do for all use of force incidents. Meanwhile, the teen's dad is looking for some form of accountability. The whole thing happening not far from where we are here, just behind me, is Woodlawn High School. And this dad tells us that his 16-year-old son and friends were on their way to school here. He says there was a fender bender with a Baltimore County police officer's vehicle in the boy's friend's car, and then his son son started documenting the incident with his cell phone and camera, taking pictures. And that's when this dad says another officer, quote, aggressively approached the boy, words exchanged, and the confrontation quickly turned physical. All of it caught here on video, the father calling what happened an act of excessive force.
I'm still upset right now because here's why I'm upset. You never told me why my son was charged. You never told me what the reason he was charged for, what he did. He's 5'7.5". He weighs about 120 pounds, soaking wet. Now, my question is 16-year-old boy, you got him in a headlock. There's another officer holding him from behind, but you're punching him in the head. You're trying to rip his face off. You got your fingers in his eyes. What happened to pepper sprays? Pepper spray the kid if you think he's that aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Do something other than what you're doing right now. Why I'm talking to you right now? Because this could happen to another kid. This could happen to another black kid just doing the same thing, taking a video, minding his business, and mounting off to the police office. When I talked to Mike, he said, I want him to get fired. I don't want to go that far. The guy has a job, he has a life, he has a family. I want him to get reprimand, some kind of reprimand, some kind of sensitivity training.
Now, that father also tells us he has an appointment with an attorney this morning. Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are not releasing many details about this incident. They are saying, though, that teen is facing several charges, including second-degree assault and disorderly conduct. Reporting live from Woodlawn High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:06, Baltimore County Police Union responding to this incident in a statement that reads, the group recording was trespassing and police ordered them to leave. The group refused. The suspect in the video threatened to attack an officer. Statement goes on to read, quote, we expect our community to comply with lawful orders given by our police officers. This type of lawlessness is out of control. The law-abiding citizens of Baltimore County have had enough. Well, you can find that full statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Also developing now, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a procession today to escort the body of Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo from the State Medical Examiner's Office to the Duda Ruck Funeral Home, and that is in Dundalk. The procession will begin this morning at 10. He is the second Baltimore City firefighter to pass away following last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Ronaldo died at the hospital Tuesday night. He is the sixth fallen firefighter in Baltimore City over the past 2 years. Details about his service are expected to come in the following days.
Now, this news came on the same day the department began saying goodbye to EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III, the other firefighter who was killed in that Northwest Baltimore fire. The viewing will continue this afternoon at 2. His funeral is scheduled to take place tomorrow morning at 10. A councilman criticizes the city for not keeping up with crime. In our next half hour, we hear from residents in his district about their public safety concerns.
But first, a new housing development is officially open in West Baltimore. Look at the Bakers development in Druid Heights.
Our temperatures are not too bad right now, and we're going to heat up this afternoon and for the next few days as well. We'll track what we can expect for your final weekend of October.
And before we go to break, let's get a check of your Len Stoller traffic network, where around the Baltimore region, we seem to be doing just fine. No issues to report except for one in Elkton. And we're talking about 95 is shut down because 3 vehicles are involved. So 95 southbound in Elkton, right near exit 100, completely closed at this time in Northeast. So that's in Cecil County. We'll see if we can find some more information about that just a little bit. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:11 now. The 2024 mayoral primary is just over 6 months away, and businessman Bob Wallace says he anticipates running for mayor. He hasn't officially filed, but at a campaign event, Wallace said that creating a safer city is all about collaboration and making sure that young people have consequences for their actions.
So let me be clear. The policy, the strategy of the next mayor has to be inclusive of Ivan Bates. It has to be inclusive of having the right police chief. It has to be inclusive of working with state resources, right? It's got to be inclusive of including federal resources, all in the focused effort of reducing crime and making the decision to the choice, right, to commit a crime, make it painful.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon joined us for a Fox 45 town hall Tuesday night, saying the state's juvenile crime laws are not doing enough to deter young offenders.
The General Assembly needs to come back together sooner than January. And I know that there's been some workshops and meetings to really look at what the current laws look at.
Now, if you missed Tuesday's town hall, it will air Saturday afternoon at 1 on MyTV Baltimore, Saturday night at 11 on CW, and then Sunday at midnight right here on Fox 45. You can also stream the entire town hall by going online at foxbaltimore.com.
He's the leader of the defense and leads the team in tackles. Coming up, why Roquan Smith did not practice with the Ravens on Wednesday ahead of the Week 8 showdown in the desert.
Matchup is set for the World Series, too. Coming up after the break, what you can expect from the biggest series of the entire season. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The road to postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Welcome into your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. The stage is set as two teams remain in Major League Baseball's postseason, but only one will hold that Commissioner's Trophy high when it's all said and done. Representing the National League is the Arizona Diamondbacks, who just absolutely stunned the Phillies after falling behind 2-0 in the series and winning games 6 and 7 in Philadelphia. Ketel Marte was named NLCS MVP for his stellar performance, hitting 4 doubles, a triple, and driving in 3 runs. The Diamondbacks will face the Rangers in the Fall Classic. Texas beat the Rays, the O's, and the Astros to punch their ticket to the World Series. Adolis Garcia hit 5 homers and drove in 15 RBIs in the ALCS, helping the Rangers get back to the World Series for the first time since 2011. And Fox 45 is your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins Friday, October 27th, and you can catch all the action right here on Fox 45. The Rangers had the better regular season record and will get home field advantage, so games 1 and 2 will be played in Arlington before the two teams head to the desert for game 3. That's your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro.
No matter which team you are cheering for in this World Series, we want to see it. Send your pictures and videos through our Chime In app. To get started, scan that QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. It's all powered by Stackla.
No, he just wasn't out there. I'm not commenting on any of that really at this point in time, but the injury report will be coming out 4 o'clock.
All right, so that was John Harbaugh's response to a question asking if everything is okay with Roquan Smith, the Ravens star linebacker and defensive leader who was not out on the field for practice on Wednesday. It turns out that Smith is dealing with a shoulder injury. The severity of it is unknown. However, it's not thought to be serious. So that is good news ahead of Sunday's showdown with the Cardinals. Now, Smith is one of 3 that did not practice on Wednesday. Keaton Mitchell and Marcus Williams are both dealing with hamstring injuries, while Kevon Seymour was limited. Tylan Wallace practiced in full.
Turning now to the offensive side of the ball, Lamar Jackson earns NFL's weekly honors for his dominating performance in the win over the Lions. Jackson has been named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week for the 9th time now in his career.
No, but I'm just trying to focus on winning. Like I said, week in, week out. When stuff like that happens, I feel like that's a team award. You know, without those guys, I won't be the AFC Player of the Week. So hats out to my teammates.
Oh, well said. That's a leader right there.
All right, well, it's 6:18, and we need to get it over to the leader of the weather.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a team here, too. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you're like our front line for the forecast.
Well, but that's the whole thing. You know, the chief is the other guy at night. So, but I just, I do my stuff here in the morning and, do our thing. So thank you. Good morning to all of you. And happy Thursday. I will lead you into the weekend, which I think you're going to like temperature-wise and condition-wise, because we're going to have a lot of great outdoor weather, or the environment will be so nice to want to be outdoors. Now, right now on our Towson camera, obviously it's still dark, but we're seeing temperatures right about 50 degrees. I'm 50, but no wind to speak of at this time. The dew point at 47 degrees, so we do have some low clouds again and some foggy patches in parts of the eastern shore this morning. Yesterday morning had some of those school delays. Right now on your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, temperatures here in the 40s and 50s for the next few hours. But when you pick up those kids later this afternoon, even noontime and recess, we're looking at lower 70s and upper 70s, a few lower 80s for a lot of you later today. You know what? Carlos the Crab, he's back, and he says, I'm a happy crab today. That is a 5 on the Crabcast for this afternoon. I think it's going to be a spectacular day to do whatever you'd like to do outdoors. Yesterday, we almost got to 80 degrees. Today, we're going for that 80-degree mark. The record for the day today is 81, so we're going to be really close to flirting with that record. Typically, we're in the mid-60s this time of year. So from Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air out to Elkton, Eastern Shore, all of us in the mid to upper 70s, plenty of sunshine, and even a few lower 80s for Baltimore, Columbia, down through Laurel and D.C. Now, where the cold temperatures are, Billings, Montana, Bismarck, North Dakota, we are talking about temperatures in the mid to upper 20s. Yeah, that's it. Upper 20s is about all we're seeing there. 77, though, those are the highs, by the way. 77 in St. Louis with lower 80s in Memphis and Nashville, 81 in Dallas. Now, on your MoCast, green lights here across the board, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. if you do want to get the grass cleaned up or the yard cleaned up, you can do that. Some of us actually, I saw my neighbors had some sprinklers on over the last few days. So yeah, warm air and definitely staying dry. Now we'll have a few clouds around tomorrow afternoon, but we're not tracking any rain, not even until we get to about Sunday and Monday. There's going to be a weak cold front that'll come through late Saturday. That will drop our temperatures a little bit on Sunday, but the big cool down is really next week. Shout out to Heather Hopkins. Look at Maggie right here. Maggie's ready to take off. Maggie is a bat. So thank you very much, Heather, for sending that picture in of sweet Maggie. Rod Stewart wrote a song about Maggie. So if you'd like to get your pet pics on TV, I'm still taking them. Halloween and fall pet pics here. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's roll that beautiful beam footage. The record high tomorrow is 82 degrees. We're looking for a high of 83. Saturday's record is 87, so I think that one's safe. But we're still going to be in the 80s, guys, through Saturday and even Sunday, close to 80. It does look like we'll see some rain showers possibly on Sunday and into Monday afternoon, and it stays dry on Tuesday. However, look at that big temperature drop off. We're only going to be in the upper 50s for your highs on Tuesday. Mark Jones with the MTA. That's a big change next week, buddy.
Yeah, it sure seems like it from what you're saying. We'll check that out for sure. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 511 on the Penn line operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains look good as far as delays are concerned, but you will find train 413 on the Penn line canceled this morning. Light rail right on time from end to end, and Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions of that service for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Making headlines, a new housing development is open in the Druid Heights community, designed to offer home ownership for low-income families.
City and state leaders pitched in for this project. They say it's important for people to have access to home ownership regardless of where they live in Baltimore.
Communities like here in Druid Heights, in Sandtown, and Penn North, and others that have been historically disinvested struggle to bring about the opportunities of home ownership and generational wealth. And so kudos to those who consciously make sure that they bring all of the partners together to make sure that communities like this thrive.
There are amenities being added, there's value being added, but most importantly, the people are being added, right? Because that's the most important value to this community.
Multiple parks are also being built around the Druid Heights community.
Well, Maryland teachers, they're getting a boost in pay, but it's up to school systems to decide how teachers can earn more money. In our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore examines a plan that's on the table in Baltimore City and why it's raising concerns.
But first, why Airbnb is using artificial intelligence to prevent any disruptive behavior the weekend before Halloween. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Topping your consumer news, Apple's AirPods are hot sellers, and Bloomberg says the tech giant will release new versions next year. Of course they will.
Of course, yes. The AirPods Max are the most high-end version. Noise-canceling headphones cost you about $550, and they can get a refresh with a USB-C. B-C. Wonder what other companies have been using the C charging port for years now. And they come with some new colors. They reportedly have a new design, short stems, and noise canceling on some versions.
Show everybody your phone today, though.
It's fine now. It's just every once in a while. My Samsung is doing just fine. 6-year-old phone. Ahead of Halloween, Airbnb is using AI, artificial intelligence, to crack down on disruptive and unauthorized parties. It's happening this weekend.
The company says its state-of-the-art system works to prevent certain potentially higher-risk 1- and 2-night whole home bookings.
The AI-driven anti-party system looks at hundreds of signals that could indicate a higher risk for a disruptive or unauthorized party.
The system is in effect across the U.S. and Canada.
I wonder what some of the triggers would be, right? Trick or treat trivia. Your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Watch this morning right here on Fox 45 News. Look for the QR code to enter. Get the question right, you could win. You can find the complete contest rules at foxbaltimore.com/contest. And today's your last chance.
Well, we have a cool start to the morning, but a warm-up is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect to see temperatures reach the 80s. Amazing.
Residents in Federal Hill are stepping up and speaking out on why they don't feel safe in their own community. Coming up, the changes they want to see. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Thursday. 6:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it is going to get this afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast.
Yep, we're taking a look outside right now, the Inner Harbor. We've got mainly clear skies at this time. You can see some planes, choppers flying around. A little bit of the eastern shore dealing with some foggy conditions out there for you this morning, so just be aware of that. That sun coming up in about an hour or so from right now. 40s and 50s your temperatures at this moment. In fact, 54 in Chestertown. We're almost at 60 in Stevensville, and 55 your temp currently in Annapolis. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Probably get those heater flows on. We're talking about low to mid and upper 50s, though. Temperatures rising nicely through the morning. And we'll hit about 80 today. We look for lower 80s both tomorrow and Saturday. So very nice conditions, not fall-like at all for the final weekend of October. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the changes that are coming next week and that potential for rain as well.
6:32 now. Authorities in Maine are searching for a person of interest connected to at least 2 mass shootings, leaving at least 16 people dead.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center as police are searching for the person they say is armed and dangerous. Megan.
Yeah, very active situation here, guys. Taking you live. This is the road that leads into Lewiston. You're just outside right there. And if you look closely here, guys, you've got the police officer here, and then there are several others blocking off traffic as you look down that road there. That community on lockdown, everyone being told to shelter in place as police search for this man that I'm going to show you right here. They posted this picture. You can see him holding a gun right there. This is 40-year-old Robert Card, according to police. They say he is armed and dangerous, and he is a person of interest. Here's what we know right now. This is the very latest. Again, updated numbers showing at least 16 people have been killed, more than a dozen others injured in at least 2 shootings, one at a bowling alley and another at a bar roughly 10 minutes away. Officials say the number of fatalities may continue to grow. Viewer video from our Sinclair sister station in Portland, Maine. Look at this. You can see the police just rushing the scene there after those shots rang out. Residents describing a scary situation as you heard police going in every direction to the left and to the right to respond to those 2 shootings. Here's the latest from police.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
Police also releasing this photo of a vehicle found just miles from one of the scenes. They believe that this white SUV here was involved in at least one of the shootings. Taking you live now to Lisbon here, and this is right near a boat launch where there was a lot of police activity. We're still waiting to hear why they're there. There is some flashing lights. Looks like some kind of an emergency vehicle still out there. Why they responded there, still unclear. It's right near Lewiston. We are getting word that Maine State Police will be holding a news conference at 10:30 this morning, hoping to learn more at that time. That's the latest for now from our live center. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. 6:34 and turning now to a city in crisis as Fox 45 News is following the fallout from a letter that Councilman Eric Costello sent to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale.
Now, the letter describes a crime in his district in which a man on a scooter was mugged along a well-lit street. The video seems to have frozen. There you go. You can see that was happening in front of several surveillance cameras. In the letter, the councilman writes, quote, "The perpetrators have little fear given the brazen nature of this crime."
It then goes on to say that police took more than 9 hours to reach out to the victim or the business where the crime happened to get the camera footage of the crime. He says crimes like this shake our collective confidence in the mayor's crime plan.
I've spent every waking moment over the last 5 days fielding phone calls, text messages, and emails from residents who don't feel safe. People are scared to come out of their home in the middle of broad daylight. That is insane. The administration needs to do something to get this situation under control.
We're hearing from residents in Councilman Costello's district. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with reaction from Federal Hill. Shannon.
Yeah, when looking at crime statistics, Tom, we know that some of them are down from this time last year. For instance, homicides and non-fatal shootings. So we set out to find out why so many residents still feel unsafe. Here's some of your responses.
I don't feel safe. Neighbors are talking about they're afraid to walk out of their house.
Well, my mom's car's been stolen.
We've had a lot of windows broken.
And then they came and broke her window.
They're kind of wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, stealing packages, breaking windows. no guidelines for the park. We need security at this park.
A lot of it just comes down to community. It'll be communities just policing their community.
Now, many of the long-timers here in Federal Hill fear the government has forgotten them. Crimes affecting their quality of life, like carjackings, car thefts, and vandalism, have all soared, and the struggle to find protection has grown difficult. So some people say they just want to see more police officers patrolling the area, but bottom line, many of these residents that we spoke to want leaders to know they don't feel safe in their own neighborhood. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Has Mayor Scott's crime plan worked? So far, 88% of those who have responded say no. If you'd like to make your voice heard, you can head right now to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
New video appears to show a police officer repeatedly punching a teen in the head. In our 7 o'clock hour, we talk with the boy's father about what happened.
And more airstrikes in Gaza overnight. Straight ahead from our live center, why the Biden administration is now calling for a pause here in Gaza.
Lower 80s, possible record highs coming today or tomorrow.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how long this warmer weather will last before we can expect our next cool down. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Winter stopped by to say hello Wednesday in the first snow of the season for parts of Oregon. It appears this pair of curious deer were making their own tracks next to what a car left behind. And snow blanketed the Missoula, Montana area as well, keeping company with blustery winds, also their first winter storm of the season. A large part of the state remains under winter warnings or advisories on Thursday.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
We have some breaking news this morning as Israeli Defense Forces step up airstrikes again overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just into the room showing IDF forces firing into Gaza. Megan.
Yeah, look at this, guys. You can see that right there. This was the scene over the last few hours. You can actually see those airstrikes really just glowing there in the darkness. We want to go ahead and take you live now to Gaza here this morning. Take a look at this. We've been seeing kind of a smoky backdrop right there all morning long. We know the main United Nations agency has been working there, but it says it's going to be forced to stop operations within hours due to a lack of fuel. Here at home, as we take you live to the White House now, we know Biden administration officials are echoing global calls, pushing for a humanitarian pause of Israeli airstrikes. Live now to the Capitol building here this morning, where we know House lawmakers are passing the first resolution. They did so just yesterday in support of Israel. American weapons now getting ready to head to battle. The U.S. agreeing to send 2 Iron Dome batteries to Israel, in addition to Iron Dome interceptors that the U.S. has already, we know, provided from stocks in Israel. Also, we've got some new numbers for you this morning coming in regarding hostages. According to Israel, officials say that Hamas is now holding 135 people hostage at this time, 12 of them from the United States, the rest from at least 24 other countries. That's the very latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Fox 45 is partnering with Magen David Adom for Sinclair Cares Humanitarian Relief for Israel. The organization is Red Cross affiliate providing emergency medical aid for all people in Israel. If you'd like to help, you can just scan this QR code you see right there on the screen, or you can go to sinclaircares.com.
The mayor's office reports a drop in shootings and murders, but the crime crisis continues to plague the city. Still ahead, why some residents are still voicing frustration over the ongoing issue.
This morning, a manhunt underway in Lewiston, Maine. What we know right now about the worst mass shooting in the U.S. this year. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .45 in your morning rush. This morning, we are following a situation that's developing in Baltimore County involving video that was posted to Citizens app appears to show police punching a teen while they were resisting arrest. Shannon Lilly is joining us now with that video and what the father of the teen is saying. Shannon?
Yes, and this dad, Tom, wants accountability. He is calling what happened in this video, in this footage that you're seeing here, an act of excessive force. He doesn't want it to happen to anyone else. The video here goes on for more than a minute. It ends with police bringing that teen to the ground and putting him in handcuffs. Now, police do confirm that they are now investigating this incident and the use of force that was used in it, as they do in every case like this. They are also confirming that that teen is now facing charges. This all happening, though, not far from where we are here. Just behind me is Woodlawn High School. And so coming up in 15 minutes, I'll detail what the father says led up to this very incident. Now back to you.
A judge has sentenced Michael Robertson, the Baltimore man convicted of killing his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child, to 2 life sentences. Akia Eggleston was reported missing back in May of 2017 after she failed to show up to her baby shower. Years later, Robertson was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Now, during his nearly 3-week-long trial, the state argued that Robertson killed Akia and then put her body in a dumpster. Her body has never been found. During Wednesday's sentencing, several family members read victim impact statements. Robertson, however, remained quiet.
And he's a coward. He was a coward then when he killed Akia and killed Anubis. And he's a coward now. And he has no moral compass or character as a man. So I didn't expect him to say anything.
The healing has just begun. We waited for justice, and now we can have some sort of peace.
The judge ordered the 2 life sentences to be served consecutively. Robertson's attorney says they've already filed an appeal.
6:47 is the time on this Thursday morning. We need to find out exactly how warm we're going to feel today.
I'm looking over the harbor there. We've got a shot up. That's pretty, Justin.
Yeah, very pretty picture out there. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone on our Friday Eve. I'll step out so you can take in this shot in full high definition. If you have a moment to just kind of peek over at your TV screen, we know you listen to us a lot in the morning as you're getting the kids ready to go, getting yourself ready as well. But a really pretty Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Can, that orange sunrise with the sun coming up, not until close to 7:30 this morning. 50 is your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 47 degrees, so you can feel a little bit of that moisture out there, and some of you in the eastern shore dealing with some patchy fog at this time. But our HD radar staying nice and dry right now. Closest showers are well to the north of us, up into Rochester, New York. And you can see this big H right there is this large ridge of high pressure that's been centered to the south of us for the last couple of days. That's what's helping to draw up all that warmer air. So any of that rain is well over to the Midwest and in the Central Plains for today. Check out the next 12 hours and how our temperatures climb nicely. We're in the 60s by 10 a.m., 70s by noon, and some of us into the upper 70s and lower 80s for the afternoon today. So the record high for the day is 81. We're going to be pretty close to that number officially at BWI. 65 is typically where we are this time of year, but across Carroll and Baltimore counties, most of us in the upper 70s and a few lower 80s here and there. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the upper 70s for Aberdeen and Northeast, up into Elkton. Rising Sun, you're at 78 for your high today. Friends on the eastern shore, mid to upper 70s for Chestertown and Centerville, all the way out through Denton, Easton, and Talbot County, right about 77 for your high today. Now, pilots, if you want to go flying, we do have some restrictions right now on the eastern shore out there, GED and CGE, but mainly VFR conditions throughout the day today. Visual flight rules, so it should be a great day to fly. And check your temperature tracker. The big changes are coming next week, so let's enjoy this little ride well above average all the way through Monday. Tuesday, those numbers drop to the below average category, and you're definitely going to feel colder temperatures right as we transition to the brand new month. November starts next Wednesday. Here's that future scan. That ridge of high pressure kind of not moving too much. We'll get a little bit more cloud cover around on Friday. A weak disturbance to the north will bring those clouds in, but we're not tracking any rain. A weak cold front comes through Saturday afternoon and evening. That'll help to drop our temperatures on Sunday, but the big cool down is really early next week. Now, Karen's, I guess, pet iguana, I think, but that is Luna, the pet right there, and Katie is the aunt of said iguana. So thank you, Karen and Katie, for sending this picture in of Luna dressed up like a wizard. I love that shot. So thank you very much. Pet pics continue. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com would love to get your pets, and we'll put them on TV. The record high for tomorrow's 82 are going to be probably breaking that. That's a 60-year-old record that will fall, keeping the 80s through Saturday and even close to 80 on Sunday. Notice on Halloween, quite a bit cooler. But right now, most of the models are keeping us dry for trick-or-treating on Tuesday night.
6:51 now. Do you know a woman who has inspired you to think differently? If so, the Smithsonian wants to hear about it.
The team there is looking for exhibits for its Smithsonian American Women's History Museum. Anyone can submit a woman's story to be included. The exhibit is set to open in March in digital form only. A physical location is also being planned and is expected to take at least 10 years. Speaking of inspiring women, Dolly Parton is releasing a new album, and it's coming to a movie theater right here in Maryland.
You heard that right, the movie theater. The country music legend is kicking off her upcoming album, Rockstar, with a movie. It will feature never-before-seen footage of music videos, performances, and an exclusive interview with the 77-year-old Parton. The movie will be screened at the AMC Theater in Owings Mills on November 15th. Well, are you looking to find your dream costume for Halloween? In our 9 o'clock hour, you guessed it, looking at that, we're going to tell you how you can take over the streets on Halloween night dressed up like Barbie.
All right, it's a lot of pink out there, and we've got some warm liquids in here.
We do.
We do.
Not pink, though.
No.
Time for a coffee break.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure. Howard County officials investigating after a massive 3-alarm fire breaks out at an apartment complex right in Laurel, Maryland, displacing 26 residents. On the right, you can see the video from our Sinclair sister station out of Washington, D.C. that was live on the scene when it was happening. Crews were called to Stebbing Way. That's right near the CarMax on Wednesday morning around 11 to contain that massive fire. Luckily, no one was hurt.
For the first time, we are hearing from the family of Andrew Wilkinson, the Maryland judge shot and killed right outside of his Hagerstown home last week. In a statement, his wife thanked local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies for their immediate and continued response to this tragedy. She goes on to say, Drew would be very grateful for all of your efforts for both us and the community.
Now, a funeral will be held this Friday at St. Anne Roman Catholic Church in Hagerstown. The service begins at 10. If you'd like to find some more information, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Over the weekend, police found the vehicle of the suspect in Wilkinson's murder, Pedro Argote, about 8 miles south of Hagerstown. He is still on the loose. There's currently a $10,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. In Montgomery County, a 12-year-old boy has confessed to sending threats to schools 7 times this month alone.
Police say the boy will not face any criminal charges.
Tom Rousey with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has the story.
At this point, we're kind of getting used to it, which is a sad thing to think about.
Montgomery County police say Blair High School has received 5 emailed threats in the past 2 weeks, the last 2 this week.
Class has definitely been missed. Work, they basically excuse us.
Student Kaylee Hopkins, who is the daughter of one of our photographers, says it's been rough.
We are tense. Like every single time the PA system comes on, we all clench up.
Police say they now believe a 12-year-old boy made all 5 threats, plus one to Silver Spring International Middle School and one to Oakview Elementary. But under Maryland law, they can't do a thing to him. And Montgomery County Chief Marcus Jones tells me the boy knew he could get away with it.
He admitted that to the detective, which is very brazen on his part.
A Maryland juvenile justice reform law enacted by the General Assembly last year banned charging juveniles under 9 with any crime, and kids 10 to 12 can only be charged with violent crimes.
He could do a bomb threat tomorrow and nothing happens, right?
That's exactly right.
The chief says other kids under 13 have also figured out there's no accountability, including some he says a month ago were stealing from and basically terrorizing Silver Spring businesses.
There were individuals who were under the age and knew that they could get away with this, and the only thing we could do was call their parents. Putting juveniles in jail, that's not the focus here. The focus here is the missing link of intervention.
7 News asked the Maryland Juvenile Justice Reform Bill's sponsor, Jill Carter, if the 12-year-old should face legal consequences and also if her legislation should be changed to account for situations like this when someone younger than 13 is accused. We asked the same questions to Delegate David Moon of Montgomery County, who is the House Majority Leader.
Neither one of them immediately responded to our questions. In Silver Spring, I'm Tom Rousey for Fox 45 News.
Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy is one of several top prosecutors across the state of Maryland voicing concerns with the state's juvenile justice laws. They represent 5.4 million people. That's about 87% of Maryland's population. As Tom Rousey was mentioning, they're taking issue with 2 laws. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which limits children 13 and under from facing most charges, and the Child Interrogation Act, which prevents police from questioning juvenile suspects without an attorney and parent permission.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day.
We all have the same sad song, no matter where we are in the state.
House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you want to contact them about public safety legislation, their phone numbers and email addresses are there on your screen.
A mass murderer on the loose, a Maine community on lockdown. We are taking you live. You can see officers suiting up as the search for a person of interest is underway.
New video appears to show a Baltimore County police officer repeatedly punching a teenage suspect in the head. Straight ahead, we'll have a look at that footage and how the teen's dad is responding.
Temperatures not too bad right now. We're warming up. Potential record highs for today and into the weekend. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the weather and the warm-up this afternoon.
Yeah, Friday Eve looking pretty good, guys, not only for today, but into the final weekend of October. And we got some big changes coming next week that we'll have to talk about. But right now, you can see a really pretty shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Just a few clouds, some foggy spots on the eastern shore, but not nearly as foggy as you were yesterday. 56 in Denton. We're at 51 in Chestertown. Upper 40s in Bel Air. Right at 48 in Baltimore City and 50 your temp currently in Westminster. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, numbers are staying in the 50s, definitely on the cooler side this morning. We'll top out close to 80 for our high today, which is well above average and just about 1 degree shy of the record. Pretty close to record highs for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in a few.
7:01, we have some breaking news coming out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 16 people are dead, a dozen others injured after a mass shooting in at least 2 locations.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got more on the person that police are searching for right now, Megan.
Yeah, we want you to take a good look at this photo right here, Tom, Patrice, everyone at home. This is 40-year-old Robert Card there. Police say he is armed and dangerous in this photo. Looks to be carrying what appears to be a gun there. He is a firearms instructor, we're hearing, trained by the military. Also learning here this morning that he was recently committed to a mental health facility. So as you take a look at that photo, I want to take you live to the scene here. We are seeing where police are now staging an area here. This looks to be in Lewistown, right near a high school. I saw a softball field. You can see it right there. We're seeing multiple units now arriving, tactical gear being pulled out. What looked to be a drone was pulled out of that vehicle a little while ago. We saw the officers arming with their vests inside that school a little bit. What we know, guys, as these officers are heading out in search for this person of interest, there are 2 locations where these mass shootings occurred, at least 2. One of them happened at a bar, another at a bowling alley. Those locations roughly a 10-minute drive apart. As you look at the map right here, this obviously prompting police lockdowns all across the town of Lewiston. It's about 30 miles north of Portland, Maine, home to roughly 36,000 people. An emergency alert now issued asking people to avoid the area, shelter in place as police continue to search for cards. Schools in the area, they are closed today.
My insides are just really sick over this. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
Police also releasing this photo. This is a vehicle found just miles from one of those 2 scenes. Police say they believe it was involved in at least one of the shootings here. Taking you live now to Central Maine Medical Center Hospital. There is a reporter in the shot. She's been doing her job there, trying to update folks on what's happening out there. We know some of the victims are being treated there behind her. Again, right now, 16 people are dead. Dozens of others have been hurt. The Gun Violence Archive, let me go ahead and pull that up for you. We got this information just out a little while this morning. They posted this saying that this is now the worst mass shooting in the U.S. this year. Not a stat that you like to see. Taking you back out live again where this active scene is unfolding again, the staging area here as these officers are now trying to find this, again, person of interest. Also hearing there's going to be a news conference at 10:30 this morning, just about 3.5 hours from right now. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Again, active investigation underway as we speak for what could be a mass murderer. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. This morning, we're following a situation developing in Baltimore County involving video posted to Citizen app appears to show police punching a teenage suspect. Take a look at this.
Oh yeah, my man. Oh yeah, you going to jail, son. Get out. Chill, got me clear. Stop.
The incident happening right near Woodlawn High School just after 8 yesterday morning. Before going viral in the afternoon, the video goes on for more than a minute. Officers eventually were able to bring the teen to the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Baltimore County Police tell us they're currently investigating the video and what may have led up to it. The teen's father spoke with Fox 45. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the story that you're seeing first on Fox. Shannon?
Yeah, Baltimore County Police tell us, Patrice, they're not only aware of this incident, but they are now reviewing it, as they do for all use of force incidents. But meanwhile, this teen's dad is looking for some kind of accountability. The whole thing happening not far from where we are here, just behind me, is Woodlawn High School. And the teen's dad says his 16-year-old son and friends were on their way to school here. He says there was a fender bender with a Baltimore County police officer's vehicle in the boy's friend's car, and his son started documenting the incident with his cell phone camera, taking pictures. Well, that's when this dad says another officer, quote, aggressively approached the boy. Words were exchanged and the confrontation quickly turned physical. All of it caught here on video. The father calling what happened an act of excessive force.
I'm still upset right now because here's why I'm upset. You never told me why my son was charged. You never told me what the reason he was charged for, what he did. He's 5'7" and a half. He weighs about 120 pounds, soaking wet. Now, my question is 16-year-old boy, you got him in a headlock. There's another officer holding him from behind, but you're punching him in the head. You're trying to rip his face off. You got your fingers in his eyes. What happened to pepper sprays? Pepper spray the kid if you think he's that aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Do something other than what you're doing right now. Why I'm talking to you right now? Because this could happen to another kid. This could happen to another black kid just doing the same thing, taking a video, minding his business, and mounting off to the police office. When I talked to Mike, he said, I want him to get fired. I don't want to go that far. The guy has a job, he has a life, he has a family. I want him to get reprimand, some kind of sensitivity training.
Now, that father also tells us that he has an appointment with an attorney this morning. Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are not releasing many details about this incident. They are confirming to us, though, that teen faces several charges, including second-degree assault and disorderly conduct. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Also developing now, Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a procession today to escort the body of Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo from the State Medical Examiner's office to the Duda Ruck Funeral Home right in Dundalk. The procession will begin this morning at 10. He is the second Baltimore City firefighter to die following last week's row home fire in northwest Baltimore.
Ronaldo died at the hospital Tuesday night. He is the sixth fallen firefighter in Baltimore City over the past 2 years. Details about his service are expected to come in the following days. Mayor Brandon Scott sharing his sympathies.
This is a reminder of why folks have to be thankful to women and men who choose that line of work, because they are literally putting their lives at risk for everyone else every single day.
This news of Ronaldo's passing came on the same day that the department began saying goodbye to EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III, the other firefighter killed in that Northwest Baltimore fire. The viewing for Pitts will continue this afternoon at 2. His funeral is scheduled to take place tomorrow morning at 10.
7:07, and turning now to a city in crisis as Fox 45 News is following the fallout from a letter Councilman Eric Costello sent to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale. The letter describes a crime in his district in which a man who is on a scooter, and this will clear up in just a second, was mugged along a very well-lit street. You can see it happening right here, right in front of several surveillance cameras. Well, in the letter, the councilman writes, quote, "The perpetrators have little fear given the brazen nature of this crime." It goes on to read that police took more than 9 hours to reach out to the victim or the businesses where the crime happened to get camera footage of that crime. He then writes that crimes like this, quote, "shake our collective confidence in the mayor's crime plan."
I have spent every waking moment over the last 5 days fielding phone calls, text messages, and emails from residents who don't feel safe. People are scared to come out of their home in the middle of broad daylight. That is insane. The administration needs to do something to get this situation under control.
Now, while the number of murders and non-fatal shootings across the city are down, the councilman points to the soaring number of carjackings and car thefts in Baltimore City. The latest police data shows there have been more than 9,000 cars stolen in the city so far this year. That is a 230% increase from this time last year.
Juvenile violence is soaring in Baltimore and across the state. Police, parents, and prosecutors are all sounding the alarm about the same problem, saying that juvenile offenders know they cannot be prosecuted under the current state laws, which is emboldening some to commit crimes. Plus, businesses like restaurants and grocery stores, they've been falling victim to theft recently. Fox 45 News has spoken with a number of business owners about the crime, and they say the city has not done enough to protect them. Some businesses have been forced to close because of the crime.
During a Fox 45 News town hall Tuesday night, panelists say the city needs to put more focus on quality of life crimes and make sure everyone knows if you commit any crime, there will be consequences.
There's a problem when you don't put the safety and the concern of your citizens ahead of everything else.
You can't ignore any type of crime in the city. You can play the number game with murders and numbers of guns you're collecting, but it's about the quality of life for every neighborhood, for every citizen. We should not have to look behind our back and feel that something is going on.
This morning, Fox 45 News hearing from residents in Councilman Eric Costello's district. Even though statistics from Baltimore's police department show homicide rates are declining, many residents say their sense of safety is declining too.
I don't feel safe. Neighbors are talking about they're afraid to walk out of their house.
Well, my mom's car has been stolen.
We've had a lot of windows broken.
And then they came and broke her window.
They're kind of wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, stealing packages, breaking windows. No guidelines for the park. We need security at this park.
A lot of it just comes down to community. It'll be communities just policing their community.
Many of the longtime residents in Federal Hill fear the government has forgotten them. Crimes impacting their quality of life, like carjackings, car thefts, and vandalism, have all soared, and the struggle to find protection has grown difficult.
Fox 45 News took those concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott, who's pushing back on parts of Councilman Costello's criticism.
The mayor says it's not just about what Baltimore police are doing and that there are many other pieces to his crime-fighting puzzle.
People are leaving the city because they don't feel like they can walk their dogs. We've seen assaults on a dog walker. We've seen people who are, getting their cars stolen right outside their house, and this continues to happen.
The fact of the matter is Baltimore is down in robberies. The fact of the matter is that we're down in homicides that we don't seem to talk about anymore, right? They're down 19% in the city of Baltimore. We know that auto theft is an issue across this country.
Well, according to Baltimore police data, robberies for this year are down 2% compared to the same time last year, but the data does not eliminate the real fear that we hear from some community members. If you would like to see the mayor's full response to Councilman Costello's letter, you can head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines at this hour.
Every dime of this new money needs to be accounted for.
A big boost in salary for Maryland teachers. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore looks at how city schools plan to increase pay and why it's raising some concerns.
Israel firing at Gaza through the night as the conflict in the Middle East rages on. Why the Biden administration is now calling for a pause on Israeli airstrikes. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Yeah, this week, the delayed response to a robbery caught on camera.
Well, Baltimore City Councilman Eric Costello is demanding that the city address a recent rash of robberies, carjackings, and car thefts plaguing his district. He sent a fiery letter to Baltimore's Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Anthony Barksdale, asking for a plan, and says that he's lost faith in this administration to solve the problem. Spokesperson for community group Peace, Eurypsy Morgan, is joining us this morning. Good morning, Eurypsy.
Good morning.
So what do you think of Councilman Costello's frustration? He says that there were 49 incidents in his district over the weekend, and that all he does is field calls from residents because they were as frustrated as he is.
I think to the councilman, I'd have to say thank you. Thank you for speaking up, because when we do town halls and when we're in the community, this is the #1 issue that we hear from residents. The mayor comes out and he touts this crime plan, and he talks about how safe the city has become under his watch. And yet everybody around is scratching their heads saying, wait a second, but my car just got broken into, or I know somebody, or I was the victim of a crime. And it feels like the mayor has just been ignoring the reality of what's going on in favor of numbers that boost his administration. And look, I'm glad that the councilman is finally speaking up and saying that's not the case. That's not what people or residents are feeling in Baltimore.
So the mayor is saying that homicides are down and non-fatal shootings are down, and he says that's what he has been focused on doing. He told people he was going to do that, and that's what's happening. And he realizes that the car thefts and the carjackings are going up, but maybe that's a little out of his control. That's based on the juvenile justice laws that he did not put in place.
Right. And, I think that the mayor, what he is showing is his inability to, I think, function in a multifaceted capacity. Yes, the murders are down. No, he did not implement the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, but he is probably the most powerful and the most vocal and the person with the largest podium platform in Baltimore City. And the legislator who advocated for that bill was none other than Senator Joe Carter, who was right there in Baltimore City. He can't just sit back and say, oh, I didn't have anything to do with this, when he has the biggest platform to do something about it, to say something or discourage, this type of legislation. And yet he chose not to.
One of the complaints that Councilman Costello made was that his problems with the police department. He said that there was no urgency in their response to what happened. He said that he made several calls to them and got no response, and that there were plenty of cameras in that region where one of the most recent incidents happened, but it took 9+ hours before they even looked at the cameras or they talked to the person who was involved in the incident. What does that say about the police department? Are they overwhelmed, or is this they're not doing their job properly?
That's a great question. I've heard similar criticisms from other residents as well. They are the victim of a crime, or they see a crime being committed. They call the police, and then they sit and wait for hours or sometimes days. Sometimes they may not even get a response, for a long period of time. And I think it begs the question, what is happening? What's going on? And why is this happening now when the mayor seems to have such a great relationship with the new commissioner? It's more questions that still have no answers.
All right, Eurypsy Morgan, thank you so much for your views this morning.
Thank you.
7:19 is the time. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast, and another great day.
Yeah, sure is. And our mornings haven't been too bad. Last couple of mornings been on the kind of milder side. We're even about 4 or 5 degrees warmer this morning than yesterday morning. But right before sunrise, typically the coldest point of the day. And that is where we are right now in Towson, with our temperature right at 48 degrees. No wind to speak of, but pretty close to that dew point. So you can kind of feel some of that moisture out there, even though we're not tracking any rain. Some fog for some of you on the eastern shore this hour. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures here this hour in the 40s with 70s through noontime and recess. And when you pick those kids up later this afternoon, upper 70s, even a few of us sneaking into the lower 80s. Great day to play some golf today on your forecast. 57 by 9 a.m. into the 70s through noontime, and upper 70s and lower 80s across the board for your afternoon. 81 Frederick and Laurel, 80 in Columbia and Baltimore, 76 in Annapolis, close to 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, with upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air, even across the eastern shore. Temperatures across the country warm to the west of us. Lower 80s in Nashville and Memphis today. New Orleans at 81, Jacksonville 80. Woo! Look at that cold air up there in parts of Montana and the Dakotas, in the 20s for afternoon highs with winter storm warnings. So if you really want winter and all that snow, that is where you got to go. Here's a look at your car wash cast today, tomorrow, and Saturday. All good. 3 greens across the board as we are not tracking any rain. We'll see a few more clouds roll in tomorrow afternoon. Weak disturbance is going to try to pass through, but it's not going to bring us any rain, just an increase in cloud cover. And then Saturday, there's going to be a weak cold front that'll pass through Saturday night into Sunday. That drops our temps temporarily, but that big cool down is really coming next week. That's going to probably be a shock to a lot of us considering how nice things have been. We're 5 days out from Halloween, 10 days until we fall back, and 4 weeks from today is Thanksgiving. So Turkey Day right around the corner. This is it. You know, when you get to Halloween, it's just like downhill and the holidays just come fast and furious. So lower 80s through Saturday, almost 80 on Sunday. Best chance for rain is going to come late Sunday afternoon. Monday, looks like we'll see a few scattered showers, and some of the models want to paint at least a stray shower or two late on Tuesday afternoon into the evening time. Hopefully we'll get that nice and dry for trick-or-treating. But look at the difference in temperatures. 79 Sunday, your high on Tuesday afternoon, only 57.
Well, it feels spooky in our studio this morning, which means it's time to play our trick or treat trivia for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card.
All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen right now, get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of $100 Visa gift card or the $5,000 weekly winner.
And what's really scary, today is the last day that you can play to win. So get your phones out now. And Sakithia from Baltimore won Wednesday's trivia. So congratulations, Sakithia, and good luck today.
Right place, right time. The shocking footage one photographer caught while flying a drone over fall foliage in Utah.
And this morning we're at the Gordon Center for the Performing Arts. A lot of great performances coming up for a great cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$725, uniting Baltimore's communities through art and performances.
Mark Clark is live at the Gordon Center for Performing Arts with the new exhibition they have going on. Mark.
That's right, with our friend Sarah. And Sarah, it's always great to see you. So many activities going here. Tell us about it.
So the Gordon Center for Performing Arts is an incredible multidisciplinary theater, and this Saturday night we have a show called We Walk in the Moonlight with Full Circle Dance Company and Maryland Ballet Theater, two amazing historic dance companies. And then the next night, Sunday night, Sam Grisman, who's the son of David Grisman, who was in the Grateful Dead. He's playing all his dad's music. And it's also going to be an amazing night. So it's
so
a big
many connections.
weekend.
I love you guys have so many connections, so many activities. You mentioned son of. We're going to be talking to the daughter of Richard Pryor coming up later on this morning. And again, I mean, it's so important, you know, to have that connection to community and also what you do.
Yeah, the Gordon Center is the largest community theater in Baltimore County. We care very deeply about representing the entire county, which is why this Saturday night, this dance performance is, you know, Ballet Theater of Maryland is classical ballet. Full Circle is modern dance. And one is run, the artistic director is a white person, and the artistic director of Full Circle is a person of color. And like the two, and they choreographed a dance together. With
I love
both
it. We have to wrap up there, but that's awesome. We have more time coming up later on the show, guys. But again, great to be here.
All right, thank you, Mark. If you'd like to see and check out some more of those performances, you can go right over to our website right now, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We are warming up this afternoon with temperatures close to 80. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when it will begin to feel like fall again. That's in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Maryland teachers getting a boost in pay, but it's up to the school systems to decide how the teachers can earn the money. Project Baltimore examines a plan on the table in Baltimore City and why it's raising concerns. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all stretching, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And we're continuing to follow the breaking news this morning coming out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 16 people are dead, dozen others injured after a mass shooting in at least 2 locations. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, police searching for the suspected shooter, a 40-year-old man, and say he is armed and dangerous.
On the left, we have video from the 2 scenes, a bar and a bowling alley that are about a 10-minute drive from one another. We're getting word that state police are going to hold a news conference this morning at 10:30 a.m. As soon as we learn more, we will, of course, bring it to you on air and online. Good morning to you. Welcome back on this Thursday. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it will feel in just a matter of hours.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a forecast that's making me smile.
Yeah, sun's coming up as we speak, guys, and we're talking about numbers this afternoon that are going to keep going up. Really pretty shot here from our Towson traffic camera. You can see a lot of those red trees bursting with color out there, and we've got another day when we'll have those cobalt blue skies to contrast those color changes. Upper 40s this hour, lower 50s next hour. We'll be to the upper 50s by 9 a.m. So Mr. Bo says for the most part, we are good to go. You can see your next 3 days, 80 today and lower 80s into Friday and Saturday. Could be talking about breaking some records for the next few days. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Now let's take a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network as we look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region. So far, we've got no incidents or accidents to report. You can see pretty much everybody moving up to speed except 695 at Old Court. Might be just volume at this time of morning, people getting up and out to work.
Well, Israeli Defense Forces are stepping up airstrikes again overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just coming into the newsroom. Megan.
Just incredible, guys. This is that video right here. This was the scene over the last few hours. You can actually see those airstrikes. See them going right there, that glow in the darkness right there. I want to take you live now to Gaza here this morning. We've got a live shot just outside the hospital. We've been watching this, unfortunately, what appears to be bloodied stretchers there as they've just been inundated with patients. In Gaza, that is where the main United Nations agency has been working, but it is now saying it will be forced to stop its operations within hours due to a lack of fuel. Taking you here closer to home, live to the White House, where the Biden administration is now echoing global calls, pushing for a humanitarian pause of Israeli strikes. Taking you live now to the Capitol building here. House lawmakers, we know, passing the first resolution yesterday in support of Israel. That means American weapons are now getting ready to head to battle. The U.S. agreeing to send 2 Iron Dome batteries to Israel, in addition to Iron Dome interceptors that the U.S. has already provided from stocks to Israel. Also, we've got some new numbers for you here this morning coming in regarding hostages. According to Israel officials, Hamas is holding 135 people hostage right now, 12 from the U.S. and the rest from at least 24 other countries. We are closely monitoring everything that's happening in Gaza right now. We'll keep you posted as we learn more, but for now, that's the latest from our live center.
Maryland teachers are getting a big boost in their pay thanks to an education overhaul pumping billions of dollars into public schools.
But how teachers can earn more money varies by district. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps takes a closer look at one plan being considered in Baltimore City and why it's raising concerns.
$60,000. By 2026, that will be the minimum salary for public school teachers in Maryland. In some counties, teachers will see an increase of almost $15,000. Local school systems are now developing plans on how to get there.
So the first step has to be radical transparency.
Adam Andrzejewski is the founder of OpenTheBooks.com, a government watchdog organization that tracks public spending.
Every dime of this new money needs to be accounted for specifically, and who receives it and how it was spent with a gainful purpose.
In 2021, Maryland's legislature passed the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, the largest education spending increase in the state's history. Also known as the Kerwin Plan, the Blueprint pumps $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education during the first 10 years and $4 billion additional dollars every year after that. And much of that extra money goes towards increasing teacher pay. But the blueprint doesn't just mandate that teachers earn more money, it changes how they earn money. In most Maryland school systems, teachers earn automatic pay increases based on their level of education and the number of years they've worked. The blueprint mandates a system that's more closely aligned with Baltimore City's, where teacher pay is based on evaluations and leadership assignments.
City schools teachers receive pay increases through what's known as achievement units. They're similar to credits that teachers can earn through evaluations or taking professional development courses. Earning these credits can take months or years. But now, North Avenue is considering a plan to allow teachers to earn more money more quickly.
Since the proposal is being negotiated with the Baltimore Teachers Union, city schools would not provide a copy to FOX45. But according to the Baltimore Banner, the new pay scale would reward teachers for helping other teachers. For example, veteran educators could be compensated for mentoring less experienced teachers or helping write a curriculum. This structure would allow teachers to earn additional money that could be paid out immediately. While North Avenue would not provide details of the plan, the district said in a statement it seeks to create a revitalized teacher career ladder that treats teachers as professionals and focuses on improving practice to advance and accelerate student achievement. The district says the Baltimore City School Board and the Maryland State Department of Education will provide oversight. But in a school district like Baltimore that's been plagued by scandals, Angie Esky worries this kind of pay system could be abused.
It's trust but verify. In the Baltimore City Public Schools, they've done a very bad job of building trust with all of their stakeholders by throwing more money at such a corruptful and wasteful system. How is that going to help students?
Just last month, a Baltimore City Schools police detective, Lauren Smith,
You want to say something to your players, Coach?
was arrested and charged with 15 felony counts, including allegations that he fraudulently obtained more than $215,000 in overtime. Last year, following Project Baltimore's reporting, the Inspector General for Education found that city schools, over a 5-year period, inflated enrollment by nearly 1,000 students who were funded but not actually attending school, costing taxpayers nearly $10 million. Also in 2022, following our reporting on grade fixing, the Inspector General found city schools changed more than 12,000 grades from failing to passing over a 4-year period. As a result, the IG said at some schools, as many as 10% of students who graduated should not have. In all of these instances, city schools said the proper checks and balances were in place, but they didn't work. So we asked the interim state superintendent, Dr. Carrie Wright, if she has concerns with oversight and accountability in city schools, especially with a new system that allows teachers to help each other to earn more money faster. Dr. Wright said she has trust in City School CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises.
Then I would assume that she's also looking at how do we do that and ensure that accountability, transparency, and responsibility are all taken into account when you're putting a new system into place.
But Angie Esky says history proves otherwise.
The real question here is, are Baltimore City Public Schools fundamentally broken? Can you throw more taxpayer money at the city schools and get performance? And that's something that we just haven't seen bear out over the course of the last couple of decades.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
A police officer is caught on camera punching a teen in the head. Fox 45 News speaks with the father about the other options he says the officer could have taken during that aggressive interaction.
Oh, and it's going to feel hot, hot, hot this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the temperatures ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Well, let's take a look outside. Bright sunshine right now from our downtown Baltimore camera as that sun is now up on your Thursday. So as you're heading out the door, maybe a light jacket. Definitely need those sunglasses. Looking for a high of 80 today, and the record set back in 1978 of 81. So pretty close to that number for the afternoon. We'll talk about how we could make a run at another record for tomorrow and as we head closer to the weekend as well.
New video appears to show a Baltimore County police officer repeatedly punching a teenage suspect in the head. Straight ahead, we'll have a look at that footage, plus how the teen's dad is responding.
You not only have to make the city safe, it's got to feel safe. You have to do both.
In today's Fox Undercover, why it's going to take a lot more than a drop in shooting statistics for Baltimore residents to feel safe on city streets. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Baltimore City residents are finding more political leaders are voicing frustration over the crime crisis as the mayor's office reports they're dropping in the number of shootings and murders. And joining us this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Baltimore's police department and the mayor, they point to lowering homicide numbers, something that the mayor has been campaigned on and said he would do, and now we're seeing that. The numbers are down. However, now there's this other push saying that, well, there's, the juvenile crime crisis is up, stolen vehicles are up, so the feel safe is not happening with those lower numbers.
Yeah, well, the lower numbers, let's start with that. That's a fallacy. They're lower over last year's numbers, but they're still incredibly high after this administration pumped them up to an unacceptable high. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's the equivalent of a man gaining 400 pounds, losing 25 and claiming success. That's ridiculous.
All right, so then take aside the numbers, but they did come up because mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, she was actually on a panel with Fox 45 this week discussing the crime, safety, and education. She was hit with some questions about this particularly. They said, okay, well, the numbers are lower here with this 5-year plan with Mayor Scott. However, people are coming out and saying that they don't feel safe.
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, and they're right. You don't feel safe because, when I was in, my philosophy was you not only have to make the city safe, it's got to feel safe. You have to do both. And also, why don't they compare Scott's numbers versus Dixon's numbers? They should be looking at how low it was under Sheila Dixon, not against how low it was, as opposed to last year, for one. And it doesn't feel safe in the city anywhere. Juveniles are running rampant. There's all kinds of mayhem going on downtown. There are cars doing donuts in the middle of those intersections. There's people out in the streets intimidating people. It's someone I work with got jumped, by rash field and beaten badly. I mean, this is what's going on, and it's during the harbor. So it's not safe. It doesn't feel safe. It isn't safe.
So even though those numbers, keeping it below 300 when we were talking about homicides, you really have to throw that, kind of put that aside and look more at the minor crimes, I guess is what people are saying there, where there's still violent crimes, but they're not listed as violent. They may be listed as property crimes or other areas.
Yeah, because I've been talking to a lot of officers and being told there's, from what I've gathered from people, they're being pressured to reduce crime with a pencil. Which means, sometimes, when you feel pressured, it's an election year, you got to reduce crime. You can't hide murders. But what they can hide is burglaries, robberies, because then it becomes a larceny with a menacing, which is ridiculous. That's not the case. It's a robbery. Someone points a gun or a knife at you and threatens you. So they do a lot of manipulation under pressure, and it's just not right because the numbers aren't accurate. Come on, this is just a ridiculous conversation that they're having, honestly, because it's much more dangerous than it's been over decades past. So I'm really tired of hearing this from them.
Last question for you then with Sheila Dixon here. She was taking questions. She's staying in front, listening to viewers' questions and giving her responses here, from Safe Streets, a program that she started, to how she would change things. Have you spoken with her on how she would actually change the way that Baltimore is moving and be working with the police department?
I've spoken over the years. She was the only mayor that's actually contacted me since I left the police commissioner's surrogate office. She asked me last time, we talked here and there, and she's asked me, how'd you do it? What would you do? And then she went on and selected a great police commissioner and had a great run of success under her. And I think she's a very, very strong candidate.
Ed Norris, thank you. You could always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
It is 7:49 now, and we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Lots of sun that's out there right now, guys, but some fog in certain spots. I have a shot right now that Tom pulled up, one of the MDOT cameras here, and the Tidings Bridge there on 95. We're looking to the south, so Havre de Grace is there on your left. You can see kind of driving right into the fog there over the Susquehanna River, so a really pretty shot there. But when you look at this shot, you can see that sun is out there, and some of you on the eastern shore have been dealing with some patchy fog this morning as well. 48 now. We're going to add about 32 degrees to our afternoon highs. Warmer afternoon than yesterday, and then that big cool down is coming next week. So enjoy the next few days. Brewers Hill next hour will be in the lower 50s. Great day for lunch outdoors with temperatures that will be hanging out in the lower 70s, and high temps today in the upper 70s and even in the lower 80s for some in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Well above average. Typically 65 is where we are for late October. Most of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the upper 70s and lower 80s for today. And those 80s will continue down to D.C. and Richmond, 71 down to Ocean, looking at 77 your high today in Cumberland. Our temperature tracker, we stay well above average through Sunday. Monday, we start to be a bit cooler, and then that big drop-off comes Tuesday and Wednesday next week when those numbers will go well below average, and we'll definitely feel that change in our forecast as we get into November. So our future scan staying dry today. You'll see a few clouds hanging around tomorrow, but overall not tracking any rain from that. Luna is all ready for Halloween. Thank you, Karen and Katie, for sending me that picture, and I think that's an iguana with either a witch's hat or a wizard hat. So appreciate that shot. Love all of those great pet pics. Just keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Record for tomorrow is 82, so we should be past that. A 60-year record will fall. We'll keep those lower 80s Saturday, but then as I mentioned, those numbers really coming down. And right now, it is looking like we're going to stay dry on Halloween for trick-or-treaters.
All right, great news. Well, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and there's a multiple vehicle accident on 83 southbound. This is in Parkton, right near Middletown Road. You can see that there on the left-hand side. And the vehicles have moved over, so there's some good news because 83 was shut down a while ago. So now 2 lanes are slowly getting by. It's past where those tractor trailers are. It's beyond that. So there's the accident's not actually in this camera. Make sure you give yourself some extra time. Also, 95 southbound in Northeast coming out of Delaware. Also, that 3 vehicle accident that shut down 95 now has one lane blocked now. Everybody else are moving along fine. Some good news. Don't take 83 southbound New York. I just saw that is all backed up now. So people are getting off and trying to go around it. And that's actually worse than if you stay on 83.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to show you the things that you should have if you want to step out as Barbie on Halloween.
Did they have pink coffee? No? All right.
No.
Well, say I do to fall foliage. How one photographer was able to capture a once-in-a-lifetime moment by flying a drone over Salt Lake City, Utah.
That is just beautiful. That'd be nice to sit back with a cup of coffee and just look at that.
Sip on that?
Yeah, fall foliage.
Yeah, fall foliage coffee break. Join us.
Trending now, a California-based photographer heads to Salt Lake City to capture some of the shots of the beautiful fall foliage.
And as you see, using a drone, he got some aerial footage of the sweeping views and landscape. Look at how gorgeous that is. His dramatic reveal was supposed to be sun-speckled peaks colored by fall leaves.
But while he was back at his hotel controlling the drone, he saw more than he was expecting.
Two people standing, and then the guy was going down on his knee to propose, a moment which the couple probably cherish.
Oh my gosh, what a beautiful backdrop for
it was,
proposal, but they were on a cliff.
And they had the photographer. At the exact moment, the guy then pushed the woman over the cliff. No, we're just kidding. I'm just kidding. He was able to capture the couple's proposal. Apparently she said yes. I love getting the feedback from everyone. Photographer insists he did not coordinate this drone video with the couple, but says the timing is perfect on the couple's part. Photographer says he is now trying to find them so he can share the footage. I'm telling you, you got to look down at the bottom.
I hope he finds them safe and sound, Tom Rogers. All right, well, even though the leaves are red and brown, it is not going to feel like fall this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know how long we can expect to see temperatures near the 80s. That's all in his full forecast.
A live look now from Maine this morning. You see a reporter in the shot there, but we know there is a search for a person of interest connected to mass shootings.
Shocking video going viral in Baltimore County of a teen and an officer in an altercation. Coming up, what the teen's father is saying about what happened.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. End of October, and it's been beautiful these last few days.
I love it. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how long this is going to stick around.
Yeah, most of the weekend, ladies, were temperatures that are going to be well above average for this time of year. As we take you outside right now, pretty shot here from our Towson camera. You can see those leaves that are changing and really getting some great fall colors out there. Temps are kind of hanging out in the 40s and 50s right now, so not terribly cold, but we'll definitely see those warmer numbers later today. Some of us about 3 to 5 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your out and about cast, we'll be in the mid to upper 50s next hour and lower 60s by 10 a.m. On our way to 70s through noon and upper 70s, even close to 80 for our high later this afternoon. And we'll take a closer look at how close we'll be to the temperatures in terms of our record highs today and into the next few days as well.
All right, well, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. An accident in Parkton on 83 South has now been moved over to the left shoulder. It's between Middletown and Mount Carmel Road. Cars are still moving slowly through that area, as you see there. So give yourself some time if you head that way during your morning commute.
Breaking news out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 16 people are dead, dozens of others injured after mass shootings in at least 2 locations.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in the Live Center. He's got more on the person that police are searching for. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, this is actually one of the locations. I want to take you live right there. You're just talking about. This is the Semenji's Bar and Grill, and that's where one of the locations where apparently a 40-year-old person of interest, police say he was now armed and dangerous, and he has a firearms instructor trained by the military. He was also learning that he was recently committed to a mental health facility. But you're taking a live look now from the scene in Lewiston, right near the location where they last found possibly, there's a boat ramp that was there, and so they were looking at to where he was or maybe have gone to. So we're still waiting to hear if they've got anything around the boat ramp or if they're going to be clearing that scene soon. No word on if police have found anything at this time. We do know there are at least 2 locations confirmed at this hour. The mass shooting at the location we were just showing you earlier back here on the Bar and Grill shot, and that, pardon me, and then down the street at a bowling alley. This is at a boat ramp area that's kind of in between the 2. Now, those 2 locations where the shooting happened are 5 miles apart, roughly a 10-minute drive. All of this prompting police lockdowns across the town of Lewiston. The area is about 30 miles north of Portland. It's home to roughly 36,000 people. An emergency alert has now been issued asking people to avoid the area and shelter in place. As you're taking a look at some of the video from last night as police continue searching for the person of interest. Schools are in that area. They're closed today.
My insides are just really sick over this. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
Yeah, police also releasing this photo. It looks like a Subaru Outback right there. It's a white one, just miles away from the scene that they found. Police say it was believed to be involved in at least one of the shootings. A live look now again from, well, the hospital, and you see a reporter standing there waiting by for her hit here to be an update. So we've been dipping into that, finding out if they know more information where some of the victims are being treated this morning. Again, 16 people are dead, dozens others hurt in this shooting. The Gun Violence Archive posting this morning that this is now the worst mass shooting in the U.S. this year. Again, the person of interest that we're getting word will be a 10:30 news conference, and we'll keep you posted from here. And Maine, last year in 2022, they had 29 total homicides for the entire state. 16 so far this morning from this one incident. It's the latest from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. This morning, we are following a situation that is developing in Baltimore County involving video posted to the Citizen app that appears to show police punching a suspect while they were resisting arrest. Take a look.
Oh, yeah, my man. Oh, yeah, you going to jail, Stop.
Well, this incident happened near Woodlawn High School just after 8 yesterday morning before going viral in the afternoon. The video goes on for more than a minute. Officers eventually bring the teenager to the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Baltimore County Police tell us they're currently investigating the video and what may have led up to it. The teen's father spoke with Fox 45 News. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the story that you're seeing first on Fox. Shannon.
Yeah, Baltimore County Police confirmed to us, Patrice, that they are aware of this incident and they are also reviewing this use of force incident as they do with every incident like this. Meanwhile, the teen's dad is looking for some kind of accountability. All of this happening not far from where we are here. Just behind me is Woodlawn High School. And the teen's dad tells me that his 16-year-old son and friends were on their way to school. He says there was a fender bender with a Baltimore County police officer's vehicle in the boy's friend's car, and his son started documenting the incident with his cell phone camera, taking pictures. Well, that's when this dad says another officer, quote, aggressively approached the boy, words were exchanged, and the confrontation quickly turned physical. All of it caught here on video, the father calling what happened an act of excessive force.
I'm still upset right now because here's why I'm upset. You never told me why my son was charged. You never told me what the reason he was charged for, what he did. He's 5'7.5". He weighs about 120 pounds, soaking wet. Now, my question is 16-year-old boy, you got him in a headlock. There's another officer holding him from behind, but you're punching him in the head. You're trying to rip his face off. You got your fingers in his eyes. What happened to pepper sprays? Pepper spray the kid if you think he's that aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Do something other than what you're doing right now. Why I'm talking to you right now? Because this could happen to another kid. this could happen to another black kid just doing the same thing, taking a video, minding his business, and mounting off to the police office. When I talked to Mike, he said, I want him to get fired. I don't want to go that far. The guy has a job, he has a life, he has a family. I want him to get reprimand, some kind of sensitivity training.
Now, that father also tells us he has an appointment with an attorney this morning. Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are not releasing any details about this, but they do confirm to us that that teen is facing several charges, including second-degree assault and disorderly conduct. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The Baltimore County Police Union responding to the incident. In a statement, it reads the group recording was trespassing and police ordered them to leave. The group refused, and the suspect in the video threatened to attack an officer. The statement goes on to read, quote, we expect our community to comply with lawful orders given by our police officers. This type of lawlessness is out of control. The law-abiding citizens of Baltimore County have had enough. You can find the full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Also developing now, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a procession today to escort the body of Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo from the State Medical Examiner's office to the Duda Ruck Funeral Home of Dundalk. That procession will begin this morning at 10. We know he is the second Baltimore City firefighter to pass away following last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Ronaldo died at the hospital Tuesday night. He is the sixth fallen firefighter in Baltimore City over the past 2 years. Details about his service are expected to come in the following days. Mayor Brandon Scott shares his sympathies.
This is a reminder of why folks have to be thankful to women and men who choose that line of work, because they are literally putting their lives at risk for everyone else every single day.
This news came on the same day the department began saying goodbye to EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III, the other firefighter that was killed in that Northwest Baltimore fire. The viewing will continue this afternoon at 2. His funeral is scheduled to take place tomorrow morning at 10. Baltimore City teachers could earn money faster. Just ahead in Project Baltimore, why this proposal is raising concerns.
The Baltimore County executive vetoes exemptions to the plastic bag ban, coming up what he says is a big step backwards.
Our temperature is going to be close to a record for the afternoon today, and then we'll be really scratching the surface on those records for Friday as well. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up in a few.
8:12, and we could be seeing some record highs here soon.
It is amazing that we're talking about 80s this close to November. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
You got to think about how we started the month, right? We had those temperatures that were really extremely nice. And then just last month, we had those 90s and that string of really warm air as well. But as we get into the final weekend of October, those records could be falling as we talk about your record high temperatures. Pretty shot from our Towson cam right now. Plenty of sunshine today. If you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're good to go. Upper 50s and lower 60s. So enjoy that on your jogging cast. In your 3T cast, well, today, tonight, tomorrow, 80, 61, 83. So either way, you're going to be really liking what you see when you step outdoors. Next week, not so much. Kind of feeling a little bit more fall-like. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fox 45 News is asking you about your concerns with crime in the city, what some think will happen if the city doesn't step in.
And the stage is set for the World Series, which you can watch right here on Fox 45, when you can see Game 1 action between the Diamondbacks and the Rangers. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski vetoing legislation that would have exempted certain types of bags from the plastic bag ban law, set to take effect November 1st. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, he is weighing in on what this means for you, all the taxpayers out there. David, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Megan. And this is not uncommon, right? We've seen these plastic bag bans in other locations in Maryland and really across the country. And what they're trying to achieve are a couple of things. First of all, they're worried about the environment. They're trying to get these plastic bags, out of the sewers and out of, the environment. But they're also trying to raise money because to get a bag, you're going to have to pay 5 cents per plastic bag and also 5 cents per paper bag. And what's really fascinating in Baltimore County is this back and forth about these exemptions. And what the council is trying to do is exempt, mom and pop stores, liquor stores, and really just to have the big businesses pay this. And of course, Megan, businesses don't pay this. People pay this. Consumers pay this. And that's my concern, is that it's going to have a huge fiscal impact on consumers when they go to stores. And you're going to need a bag. When you take stuff home, you'll need a bag, so you'll be paying 5 cents.
So what happens from here, David? Do you think the council would try to override the executive's veto?
Fascinating dynamic, because the council doesn't come back until November 6th, right? And this goes into effect November 1st. So I think there's going to be a time lag between when this goes into effect and when they can override this veto. And listen, I really urge them to override this, because here's a weird scenario, Megan. You have two stores next to each other. One is a mom and pop store. The other is a big chain, right? Well, one is going to charge you for a plastic bag. The other isn't. So you're creating winners and losers in the economy. And quite frankly, it's going to have a very small effect on the environment. And to kind of wrap this up is, I want to see where the money goes. That 5 cents that you pay for a bag in Baltimore County, the county is going to collect it. What is that money going to be used for? Is it going to be used to help clean the environment, or is it going to go into a slush fund? So there are a lot more questions than there are answers. And again, I'm concerned about the consumers and the fiscal impact this is going to have on especially lower income folks that can't afford to pay this every time they go to a store.
David, let me ask you that. Well, we'll have to, I just got the wrap. We have to end it there this morning. I have a lot more questions. I know you do as well. I'm sure we'll pick up on this soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 8:18, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with what we can expect. Look at that sunshine over the harbor right now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, really pretty, and temperatures are just going to keep going up as we head toward the afternoon. Looking at highs in the upper 70s, and some will sneak into the lower 80s today. We almost made 80 degrees yesterday, officially 78 at BWI. But you can see right now at BWI, we're still hanging out in the upper 40s, so we've got a little ways to go, but it'll be a rapid warm up, especially as we get through the middle of the day and into the early afternoon. Not really tracking much wind today either, and definitely not any rain. Our HD radar continues to show dry conditions. Got to pretty much go to the upper Midwest or the Central Plains to get any of that rainfall. That is all thanks to this large ridge of high pressure, which is centered just to the south of us and will continue to kind of dominate our weather pattern. Hank the Bird, good morning. Yeah, he's excited about the fall leaves that are changing. 57 here into the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be in the lower 70s through about noontime, and upper 70s and lower 80s for some later this afternoon. Now, 65 is our average this time of year. We're going to be in the upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland, 76 in Annapolis, 80 in Columbia, and 81 in Laurel. And temps across the country, warm just to the west of us. Lower 80s for Nashville and Memphis, right about 80 in Oklahoma City. And then you look at the Dakotas and Montana and Idaho in the 20s for highs today, where they're dealing with a winter storm that is bringing a good amount of snow to that part of the country. Now, maybe you want to fly there, but maybe just want to fly around here. Pilots on your pilot cast, mainly VFR today, looking at visual flight rules throughout the afternoon and not much wind either. On our future scan, staying mainly dry here throughout the afternoon today. You'll see a few clouds roll in late tonight and into tomorrow as well, but not really tracking any rain with that next system, just kind of a weak disturbance. Then a cold front's going to pass through late Saturday afternoon. Sunday behind that front, temperatures drop a little bit, but that's not the main next weather maker. It's that big batch of cold air that's coming in next week that's really going to drop our numbers as well. Shout out to Brett D in Mount Airy, Maryland, and that is Coraline the Corgi. And I know one of our directors, Olivia, loves corgis, so dressed up, I think, as a lobster. Maybe that's a rock lobster right there. So thank you, Brett, for sending that picture in. Brett says watches the show every morning getting ready for work, so we appreciate you, and I sure do, too. Get those pet pics to me. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Lower 80s through Saturday. We're almost at 80 on Sunday, and you can see those temperatures drop to about 71 on Monday with more cloud cover around. A few showers expected late Monday afternoon into the evening. Some of the models want to pick up on at least a shower or two on Halloween next Tuesday, but for the most part, it's looking dry. But the big difference is those temperatures. We go from 79 Sunday to 57 for a high on Tuesday.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways in our Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Reports of an incident in Elkton. It's on 95 South between Elkton Road and Northeast Road. The right lane is blocked. Our camera showing a slowdown through that area just a bit.
The road to postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Welcome into your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. The stage is set as two teams remain in Major League Baseball's postseason, but only one will hold that commissioner's trophy high when it's all said and done. Representing the National League is the Arizona Diamondbacks, who just absolutely stunned the Phillies after falling behind 2-0 in the series and winning games 6 and 7 in Philadelphia. Ketel Marte was named NLCS MVP for his stellar performance, hitting 4 doubles, a triple, and driving in 3 runs. The Diamondbacks will face the Rangers in the Fall Classic. Texas beat the Rays, the O's, and the Astros to punch their ticket to the World Series. Adolis Garcia hit 5 homers and drove in 15 RBIs in the ALCS, helping the Rangers get back to the World Series for the first time since 2011. And Fox 45 is your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins Friday, October 27th, and you can catch all the action right here on Fox 45. The Rangers had the better regular season record and will get home field advantage, so games 1 and 2 will be played in Arlington before the two teams head to the desert for game 3. That's your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro.
And this morning with the Gordon Center for Performing Arts, we're going to talk to the Rain Pryor. Yes, she's got a great event going on this weekend. Or actually, tonight, we'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
From poetry to visual art to music, Baltimore's diversity is showcased in this community exhibit.
Mark Clark is live at the Gordon Center for Performing Arts with what we can expect on opening night. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. I'm with co-curator and project founder, the Rain Pryor. And I know, look at Rain, y'all. Bow! Give it to him, Rain. Give it to him. And so exciting. You have family ties to this project.
Yes.
You're tied to the project. Tell us about it.
Well, Healing Bridges Across the Divide is bringing together Black artists, Jewish artists, and Jews of color to come create a piece that starts conversation in our community, brings the people together. And I was blessed that I was able to work with my mother-in-law, Lynette Nefertiti-Myrick, whose actually work is behind us.
Wow.
And amazing artists across Baltimore and amazing poets across Baltimore to bring the project to life.
And I mean, you really understand this relationship for real.
Yes.
And so I think it's great. You have a tie-in here to Baltimore. And so, what can people expect?
People can expect to have conversations sparked through the art, through the poetry, between, we have Y Love, who's one of Baltimore's queer hip-hop artists coming to perform tonight. So we have a plethora of activity happening this evening at the Gordon Center here in Owens Mills.
I love it. So, again, great seeing you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The Rain Pryor, standing next to royalty. It's always fun, guys. And I mean, a great exhibit. It's going to be a great time. Come check it out.
All right, Mark. Thank you. If you want more information about getting out there, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. 8:28 is the time. We'll be right back.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Thursday, October 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. October 26th, but it feels more like I'm thinking, June 23rd?
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Yesterday, today, meteorologist Justin Chambers with this trend that's going to keep going.
Almost 80 yesterday, guys. We're going to be very close to that number again today. Even warmer tomorrow and Saturday, right as we wrap up the month of October. We know we got all sorts of fall fests going on and corn mazes, things like that. It will not feel, like October at all. So, but the leaves looking really pretty here from our Towson camera right now. We have a lot of sun that is out there at this time. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. It hasn't been too bad this morning. Just a light jacket is about all you'll need. But on your yard and gardening cast, if you want to get some more of that fall decor ready to go, or maybe just start cleaning things up for parties you got going on this weekend, we're looking at upper 70s and lower 80s through the course of the afternoon. Should talk about right about 80 today, and then 83 both Friday and Saturday as we head deeper into the weekend. We do have some big changes as we get into next week. We'll talk about that in a few.
Thank you, Justin. We're continuing to follow the breaking news coming out of Lewiston, Maine. Right now, at least 16 people are dead and dozens others injured after a mass shooting in at least 2 locations. And you see on the right side of your screen, police searching for a 40-year-old named person of interest and say he is armed and dangerous.
On the left, actually, we're going to take you live here as we're seeing police presence now trying to comb that area and search for, again, this person of interest. We do know that the mass shootings happened at 2 places. One of them, that bar and grill that you see right there. The other, a bowling alley, just about a 10-minute drive from that spot right there. We are getting word that state police are going to be holding a news conference at 10:30 this morning. We're going to keep you posted as soon as we learn more, both on air and online.
Maryland teachers are getting a big boost in pay, all thanks to an education overhaul that's pumping billions of dollars into public schools.
But how teachers can earn more money, that varies by district. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp took a closer look at one plan being considered in Baltimore City and why it's raising some concerns. Chris, good morning. What'd you find?
Good morning. So this all goes back to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as the Kerwin Plan, this massive increase in education spending that was passed in 2021. Well, what the Blueprint wants to do is it wants to raise the profession of teaching. It wants to bring more people into teaching, and Kerwin, the plan decides the best way to do that is to pay teachers a lot more money. And I think a lot of people would agree that teachers obviously deserve a living wage and deserve to be paid well. Well, what is happening is the way that the teachers are going to be earning the money, especially in a place like Baltimore City, has a lot of taxpayer advocates wondering if the system can be abused. There is a proposal that is being put forth. Baltimore City Schools did not give us any information on the proposal. There was an article on this in the Baltimore Banner that explained it a little bit more, that says that teachers are going to be able to help other teachers, mentor other teachers, write curricula, things to that nature, and they'll be able to sort of put in for, it's kind of like a similar, like an overtime kind of thing, where they could help the teachers put in for a slip and get paid that pay period, as opposed to the system now where earning increases in salary can take months or years. Now, this is a proposal right now, but a lot of people are saying, okay, well, how is this going to be monitored? If teachers are going to be able to make a lot more money in a much shorter period of time, how is the oversight and accountability going to play into that to make sure that these billions and billions of additional dollars being pumped into education are going to be spent the proper way and it's not going to be abused?
I saw the letter that they wrote back. They said that from North Avenue, Chris, they were showing that they're still in negotiations. That's why they couldn't share any more information. What do you think they mean by negotiations?
Yeah. Well, they're negotiating with the teachers union. So the school system, the teachers union are negotiating. And, and as we know, in public education, nothing gets approved without the approval of the teachers union. So if the teachers union doesn't approve this, it's not going to go through. So the teachers union certainly, I guess, wants some different things that are going to be put in there. But if you look at the whole situation here, last month there was a Baltimore City Schools police detective who was arrested and charged with 15 counts, including fraudulently obtaining more than $215,000 in overtime. Over the past 2 years, we have seen student enrollment scandals in Baltimore City schools where they were inflating enrollment, getting millions of additional dollars from taxpayers to educate students that weren't there. We have seen grade fixing scandals over the past year or two in Baltimore City schools where they were passing students, changing their failing grades to passing. Throughout all of that, city schools had said there's checks and balances to make sure these things don't happen. Well, they still happened. So the taxpayer advocates are saying, okay, well, what checks and balances are going to be in place now for this massive influx of money from Kerwin, especially when teachers can now find ways, if the proposal goes through, to make a lot more money per paycheck. Is that money going to be monitored the appropriate way? City schools certainly has a history of well, call it what it is, scandals.
With no caps either. All right, Chris, we appreciate you digging into this. Thank you.
8:36, turning now to a city in crisis is Fox 45 News following the fallout from a letter Councilman Eric Costello sent to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale.
The letter describes a crime in his district in which a man that you see right there was on a scooter was mugged along a well-lit street there in front of several surveillance cameras. Now, in that letter, the councilman says, quote, the perpetrators have little fear given the brazen nature of this crime.
It goes on to say or read that police took more than 9 hours to reach out to the victim or the business where the crime happened to get camera footage of that crime. And also, he writes, crimes like this, quote, shake our collective confidence in the mayor's crime plan.
I've spent every waking moment over the last 5 days fielding phone calls, text messages, and emails from residents who don't feel safe. People are scared to come out of their home in the middle of broad daylight. That is insane. The administration needs to do something to get this situation under control.
While the number of murders and non-fatal shootings across the city are down, the councilman points to the soaring number of carjackings and car thefts in Baltimore City. In fact, the latest police data shows there have been more than 9,000 cars stolen in the city so far this year, and that's a 230% increase from this time last year.
Juvenile violence also soaring in Baltimore and across the state. Police, parents, and prosecutors are all sounding the alarm about the problem, saying that juvenile offenders know they cannot be prosecuted under current state laws, which is emboldening some to commit crimes. Plus, businesses like restaurants, grocery stores have been falling victim to theft recently. Fox 45 News speaking with a number of business owners about the crime, and they say the city has not done enough to protect them. Some businesses have been forced to close because of the crime.
Well, this morning we are hearing from residents in Councilman Costello's district. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with reaction from Federal Hill. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to those crime statistics, Megan, some of them are down compared to this time last year, like homicides and non-fatal shootings. So we set out to find out why so many residents in that community still feel unsafe. This is what some of you had to say.
I don't feel safe. Neighbors are talking about they're afraid to walk out of their house.
Well, my mom's car's been stolen.
We've had a lot of windows broken.
And then they came and broke her window.
They're kind of wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, stealing packages, breaking windows. No guidelines for the park. We need security at this park.
A lot of it just comes down to community. It'll be communities just policing their community.
Now, many of the long-timers here in Federal Hill fear that the government has forgotten them. Crimes affecting their quality of life, like carjackings, car thefts, and vandalism, have all soared, and the struggle to find protection has grown difficult. So some people are just hoping to see more police patrolling that area, and others, though, just say the bottom line is they want leaders to know they don't feel safe in their neighborhood. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. That brings us to our question of the day. Has Mayor Scott's crime plan worked? So far, 90% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A video is trending this morning showing a Baltimore County police officer repeatedly punching a suspect. This morning, we hear from the father of the teen and what the FOP is saying.
And we could see record highs soon. Just ahead, how long the warmth will last. It is 8:40, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Making headlines. A new housing development is open in the Druid Heights community designed to offer home ownership for low-income families.
City and state leaders pitched in for the project. They say it's important for people to have access to home ownership regardless of where they live in Baltimore. Multiple parks are also being built all around the Druid Heights community.
And get ready, stepping for 10 years. Check this out live in studio, how one group is empowering women and Tom. They're going to teach him a few moves coming up after the break.
They're going to try.
Good luck. You ready?
I'm on ibuprofen right now. Subscriptions for many of your favorite services on the rise. Which one you may need to check before money comes out of your pocket. 8:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning.
Congressman Jamal Bowman is being charged with a misdemeanor for pulling a fire alarm on Capitol Hill last month. We're hearing it happen just moments before Republican lawmakers were set to vote on a spending measure to keep the government open. Some Republicans accused Bowman, a Democrat, of trying to sabotage the vote. Bowman hasn't publicly responded to the charge, but he said this after the incident.
I was in a rush to get to my vote, and I tried the door, it didn't work, so I pulled the alarm thinking it would open. That didn't work, so I went downstairs. It was a dumb choice, but you know, it is what it is. I take full responsibility for it, and now trying to move on, just do my job.
Bowman will be arraigned in D.C. Superior Court this morning, and he's facing up to 6 months in jail. All right, looking at 8:47 on a Thursday, Friday Eve. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our nice forecast. Look at that sunrise.
Yeah, lots of sun out there, Megan. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be well above average, possibly even close to record highs, not only today, but for the next couple of days. We're at 48 right now. We're going to add quite a bit here, 80 for our afternoon high, so warmer than yesterday. And then we've got that big cool down that we have to deal with next week. So enjoy your days outside this week and into the weekend. Playing some golf out there, 57 next hour. for golfers, and lower 70s through noon, upper 70s and into the lower 80s by about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. 78 in Towson and Reisterstown, close to 80 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over through Perry Hall and White Marsh. Mid 70s for you in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, a lot of lower 80s. Ellicott City and Columbia down through Odenton, Glen Burnie, Pasadena there. 78 your temp in Severna Park this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, telling you very nice conditions here no matter where you go. For New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. 82 in Richmond for this afternoon. Great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill, on your grill cast. We're still going to be in the 70s through 5 p.m. and then back to the mid to upper 60s after the sun goes down tonight. But overall, probably a nice night to eat outdoors. Here's a look at our future scan. That big ridge of high pressure centered to the south of us is going to keep us warm. We'll see a few more clouds rolling in tomorrow. Some of the models want to paint a few of those little green blobs, but don't think that's going to be actual rain that we'll be talking about. And then Saturday, late Saturday afternoon, a weak cold front comes through. Behind this on Sunday, it will be a little bit cooler, but the bigger cool down is really next week as things change dramatically with our weather pattern. And that means we're going to see those temperatures fall and the chance for some rain showers coming in as well. 5 days until Halloween. We're just 10 days until we fall back, and 4 weeks from today is Thanksgiving. So we're 28 days away from Turkey Day. Here's that 7-day forecast. The record for tomorrow is 82, so going to probably be breaking that 60-year-old record. We could break it today too. It's 81 is the record high for today. And then we'll be back to the lower 80s on Saturday, close to 80 Sunday. On Monday is when we bring in the best chance for some rain showers late Monday afternoon into the evening, and may see a straight shower or two on Halloween Tuesday. But look at those temperatures, only upper 50s for your highs on Tuesday. Back to you.
All right, Justin, you got to get your 7:30 stretch back on right here. We're talking about Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women celebrating 10 years of empowering the breakfast on October 31st. Joining us this morning to talk about the importance of this event, head step coach right here with BLSYW, Andrea Carrington, and student Jayla Dennis. And it says right on your shirt, co-captain for 2 years, also with the team, with some other senior members that are joining us here too. We're talking about the STEP team. So, okay, Andrea, tell us a little bit more about, first of all, let's talk about the breakfast, what it means for the school.
Oh, so the Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women, we're celebrating 10 years of our empowerment breakfast on October 31st. It's a very important event that happens every year, and it's a fundraiser for Bliss. So we're celebrating outstanding students, we're celebrating honorees that are dedicated to Baltimore and that are dedicated and committed to the success of our school and students.
All right, well, there you go. You have it right there. Okay, Jayla, we start talking about the STEP team. You've been a part of this every year you've been there, right?
Yes.
What is it like? What do you look forward to the most? Why do you do it?
I do STEP for the sisterhood.
Okay.
Every year it's a new team, so you get a new set of members, so you grow bonds and friendships with everybody on the team.
That's great. Yeah, okay. So now we want to see if somebody's out there that may not know what STEP is, like Justin, our meteorologist, we're going to show him and everyone else out there what it means and how much is involved. I'm going to try to stay a little bit here with the STEP, so if you don't mind showing us how to do it.
All right, awesome, ladies. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Coach, why are you leaving? You're not doing it?
The stars of the show.
I'm going to try and follow along, right? Just a little bit. Okay. Here we go.
We're here to serve.
I think I may step out of it just a little bit.
We're here to serve you. You need to move. Ha, ha. You thought you ate sight? Oh! Yes, ladies. Yes.
Now, earlier, you guys said that was I was like, all right, you were warming up a little bit in the commercial break for the viewers at home, and I'm like, all right, do you guys know any splits or anything? I'm like, oh yeah, we do splits and stuff, and I'm like, and then you said, oh, we could do the death drop, and I'm like, I'm sorry, did you say death drop? And
yes,
yeah, the death drop, and that was it.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. My goodness. All right, so we have the breakfast that we can go to help contribute with this. In fact, you can see it on the screen right there. We're talking about that October 31st, Halloween, and that's the important day, that morning, the breakfast to hang out with you ladies and be able to find out about it and a little bit more about STEP. Thank you so much for coming in and doing that quick performance. We appreciate it, and just amazing. And just to let you know at home, there's 27 more that participate.
Yes.
So 27 more. 30 people dropping down.
27
like,
more.
Oh, that hurts just right. Just do it. Woo, that was amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
$8:55 and topping your morning business report, Scholastic is reversing a decision to separate books about race and gender at school book fairs. The company announcing the reversal following fierce backlash from some. Critics blasted Scholastic, arguing the company was accommodating censorship. In a letter to the company's president, apologized for causing pain and promised to regain trust. Speaking of reversals, T-Mobile is reversing plans to charge some customers more. It recently had planned a test program that would have forced some customers into more expensive wireless plans, but a flood of customer feedback has apparently prompted the company to hold off on that change.
Apple is raising some subscription prices. Apple TV is going from $6.99 a month to $9.99 a month. If you pay annually, it will jump from $69 to $99. The bundled package, known as Apple One, is also getting more expensive. So are Apple Arcade and Apple News Plus. Speaking of Apple, according to Bloomberg, the tech giant will release new versions of several AirPod models next year. The new headphones are rumored to be getting a new USB-C charging port and new colors. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the two alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black, I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the 2 included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 31% off right now at asadeals.com.
You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
Gunfire shatters what started out as an ordinary evening in Lewiston, Maine, the town now home to America's most recent mass shooting.
Those in the town are being told to shelter in place as police continue to search for the shooter, who is believed to have killed at least 16 people. Coming up, we're going to go live to Washington, D.C. for a closer look at the help the White House is now offering.
Viral video appears to show a Baltimore County police officer repeatedly punching a teenage suspect in the head. Just ahead, we're going to have a look at the footage and how the teen's dad is now responding.
And temperatures are just going to keep going up as we head toward the afternoon and into the weekend as well. We'll break down what we can expect right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us with our forecast.
Temperature's going to be warming up as we head toward the afternoon, upper 70s and lower 80s. Right now, looking outside, really pretty shot here in top of our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, where you can see our stadiums looking good. Of course, the Ravens out of town this weekend, but they will be back. 40s and 50s up and down the state. We are seeing 55 now in Baltimore City, 51 in Bel Air, 58 your temp currently in Annapolis. So on your out and about cast, we'll see those numbers in the 50s next few hours, and 60s by 10 a.m. We'll be in the lower 70s as early as noon, and then on our way to the upper 70s, even close to 80 for our high later today, possibly getting real close to that record high. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
See it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
The breaking news right now, another mass shooting in America. At least 16 people are dead after a gunman opened fire in Lewiston, Maine.
Right now, the governor is asking those who live in that area to still shelter in place as police are continuing to search for the gunman. The violence happening in a restaurant and a bowling alley in Lewiston. It is the state's second largest city, about 36 miles north of Portland. Now, police are calling 40-year-old Robert Card that you see there a person of interest. He's reportedly a firearms instructor who was recently treated at a mental health facility. Now, as doctors rush to treat the wounded, local leaders say the town's 2 small hospitals are now taking in record numbers of patients and are just overwhelmed.
The 2 hospitals have called in every off-duty staff member that they could to deal with this. We are a town of about 39,000. Our hospitals are not geared to handle this kind of shooting event, and they're doing the best we can.
We are awaiting a 10:30 update from police. For now, you can find the very latest on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This morning, Washington is waking up with a new Speaker of the House. Mike Johnson, a Louisiana congressman, was nominated yesterday with the backing of all 220 Republicans present in the chamber, and now gets ready to get the House back to work.
Christine Frizzell live on Capitol Hill with what happens next. Christine, good morning.
Well, good morning. 22 days. That's how long the House of Representatives was essentially at a standstill at a time where their time is already limited in terms of coming up with a bill to fund the government and avoid a shutdown. That timeline also 22 days from now. That's going to be at the top of the agenda today, and that likely means another continuing resolution to buy some time and try to pass 12 spending bills. One of the things we are going to be watching is whether it's straightforward, what's referred to as a clean CR, or whether it includes elements supported by the most conservative members of the House, a 30% spending cut to most government agencies and far stricter border measures, things that would never pass in the Senate. Democrats are already planning to use Mike Johnson's tenure as a social conservative in the upcoming election. He's opposed to abortion rights and same-sex marriage. They're also talking a lot about his vote against certifying the 2020 election results, even filing a brief asking the Supreme Court to invalidate those results. If you haven't heard the phrase MAGA Mike yet, you will.
Well, Christine, I know President Biden also managing some crises, especially on the global stage. What's the focus today?
Yeah, for starters, yesterday Russia's military conducted a simulated nuclear strike in a drill. This as his parliament voted to go back on the country's ratification of a nuclear test ban. Vladimir Putin says it's simply following in the footsteps of the U.S., which signed this test ban but didn't ratify it. These drills come as Russia continues to march forward in its invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine in desperate need of weapons and support. Questions the House of Representatives will need to deal with now that it's back to work. Another thing to mention, of course, President Biden is closely monitoring the situation in Gaza. Food, water, and especially fuel are almost out. The concern for Gaza residents now is, in addition to being killed by Israeli airstrikes, there's a threat that more and more people will die of starvation or dehydration. Israeli Defense Forces troops and tanks entered Gaza for what's being referred to as a limited raid, and more than 200 hostages are still being held by Hamas, among them several Americans.
All right, national correspondent Christine Frizzell live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, this morning we are following a situation that is developing in Baltimore County involving video posted to the Citizen app that appears to show police punching a suspect while they were resisting arrest. Take a look.
Oh yeah, my man! Oh yeah, you going to jail, son. Get out! Chill, dummy, chill. Stop.
This incident happened near Woodlawn High School just after 8 yesterday morning before going viral in the afternoon. The video goes on for more than a minute. Officers eventually bring the teen to the ground and put him in handcuffs.
Now, Baltimore County Police tell us they're currently investigating that video and what may have led up to it. The teen's father, meanwhile, spoke with Fox 45. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the story you're seeing first on Fox. Shannon?
Well, Baltimore County Police tell us, Patrice, that they are aware of this incident and they are also reviewing it, as they say they do with all use of force incidents. Meanwhile, this teen's dad is looking for some form of accountability. All of this happening not far from where we are here. Just behind us is Woodlawn High School. And according to the teen's dad, he says his 16-year-old son and friends were on their way to school. He says there was a fender bender with a Baltimore County police officer's vehicle and the boy's friend's car. And his son started documenting the incident with his cell phone camera. He was taking pictures. Well, that's when this dad says another officer, quote, aggressively approached the boy. Words were exchanged and the confrontation quickly turned physical. All of it caught right here on video. The father calling what happened an act of excessive force.
I'm still upset right now because here's why I'm upset. You never told me why my son was charged. You never told me what the reason he was charged for, what he did. He's 5'7.5". He weighs about 120 pounds, soaking wet. Now, my question is 16-year-old boy, you got him in a headlock. There's another officer holding him from behind, but you're punching him in the head. You're trying to rip his face off. You got your fingers in his eyes. What happened to pepper spray? Pepper spray the kid if you think he's that aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Do something other than what you're doing right now. Why I'm talking to you right now? Because this could happen to another kid. This could happen to another black kid just doing the same thing, taking a video, minding his business, and mounting off to the police office. When I talked to Mike, he said, I want him to get fired. I don't want to go that far. The guy has a job, he has a life, he has a family. I want him to get reprimand, some kind of sensitivity training.
Now, that father does tell us that he has an appointment with an attorney this morning. Meanwhile, Baltimore County Police are not releasing details about this incident, but they do confirm to us that that teen is facing several charges, including second-degree assault and disorderly conduct. Reporting live from Woodlawn High School, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, the Baltimore County Police Union responding to the incident. In a statement, it reads, the group recording was trespassing and police ordered them to leave. The group refused, and the suspect in the video threatened to attack an officer. The statement goes on to read, quote, we expect our community to comply with lawful orders given by our police officers. This type of lawlessness is out of control. The law-abiding citizens of Baltimore County have had enough. You can find the full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We will continue to follow the story out of Baltimore County and, of course, the mass shootings in Maine. You can stay up to date on all of it by downloading the Fox 45 News app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Also developing now, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a procession today to escort the body of Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo from the State Medical Examiner's office to the Duda Ruck Funeral Home of Dundalk. That procession will begin at 10 o'clock this morning, less than an hour from right now. We know he's the second Baltimore City firefighter to pass away following last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Ronaldo died at the hospital Tuesday night. He is the sixth fallen firefighter in Baltimore City over the past 2 years. Details about his service are expected to come in the following days. Mayor Brendan Scott sharing his sympathies.
This is a reminder of why folks have to be thankful to women and men who choose that line of work, because they are literally putting their lives at risk for everyone else every single day.
Now, the news of Ronaldo came on the same day that the department began saying goodbye to EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. He was the other firefighter killed in that Northwest Baltimore fire. His viewing will continue this afternoon at 2. His funeral is scheduled to take place tomorrow morning at 10.
It is 9:09, and that means it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Lots of sun that is out there right now, and we are taking a look at some beautiful fall colors. You can just see right here from our Towson camera, a couple of those reds and yellows and oranges really popping out there as we are right in the middle now of our leaf peeping or leaf changing season. Our out the door cast, grab a jacket and the sunglasses, just a light jacket this morning. You will not need said jacket this afternoon because we're going to keep those temperatures climbing. Low to mid 60s. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Should be great outdoor weather to get whatever you want to get done. We'll have a closer look at that forecast, which includes those big changes for next week coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Still ahead, it's something every woman goes through, but can be difficult to talk about.
We are talking about the signs and symptoms of menopause.
And first, a proposed deal in the works to get Ford factory workers back on the assembly line. Coming up, the steps that still need to happen before work resumes and how long that could take. It's 9:10. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Making headlines, the United Auto Workers Union reaches a tentative contract agreement with Ford. Sources tell the Associated Press the company and union are working on the final details of the contract and will announce it soon. Still, the agreement will not go into effect until the 57,000 union members at Ford ratify the deal. That process will likely take more than a week. The UAW has been on strike against Detroit's big three automakers since September 15th. The deal with Ford does not mean an end to the strike at General Motors and Stellantis. The U.S. economy likely saw its fastest economic growth in 2 years this quarter. According to a Reuters survey of economists, the GDP in the United States is estimated to have increased at a 4.3% annual rate last quarter. That would be the fastest growth since the fourth quarter of 2021. President Biden is set to meet with China's top diplomat. According to Reuters, President Biden is scheduled to hold talks with Chinese foreign minister. That's going to happen as they're visiting the United States for a 3-day visit. This meeting comes ahead of a potential summit between Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping next month in San Francisco.
9:14 now. Menopause is something most women will go through, and yet many are lost when it comes to understanding when and what exactly happens. Joining us this morning with more on the symptoms and what to expect, Mercy attending physician and OBGYN, Dr. May Igun. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, so I know that menopause symptoms varies from woman to woman. You just talk to anyone and you get all kinds of stories about what they're going through. But what does it look like for most people? What are the symptoms you start to see?
The main first symptom often is hot flashes. Trouble sleeping at night is key. And some people experience a atypical change in mood. Grouchiness, impatience, sadness for no good reason. These are common complaints.
And at what age, at what point are you going to see that? And I know, again, that varies, but generally, when should we be looking out for that?
In the United States, it's at about age 48 to 49, but it can start as early as late 30s or as late as mid-50s.
Okay. And when you hear people talk about perimenopause, or I mean, there are different phases, different stages?
Yes, the hormones start to drop around age 35, if not sooner.
Oh my
the first one to go, the first one to go is progesterone. You don't hear that much about that one. That's the hormone you make lots of in pregnancy and the one that keeps you calm before your period. So that's the first one to go, and that manifests as PMS.
Yeah, I get that. All right, so let me ask you this. When you're going through menopause or about to go through it, is it genetic? Is what your mother went through the same as what you'll experience, or that doesn't necessarily matter?
Very much so. So women generally, a big picture, take either after their mom or their father's sister if he had one. And there's a correlation in my experience that whoever you most look like, your menopause experience will probably resemble theirs with variations.
That is so interesting. All right, so how do you treat it? Because, I mean, you can't get rid of it. So what do you do to help with the symptoms and make your life as normal as possible? Because it's a big change.
Well, here's a big picture. Women who exercise and eat whole foods, especially fruits and vegetables, have much less symptoms. That's something everyone can do. Plants contain phytoestrogens. These are actually plant estrogens that help the symptoms of hot flashes and everything else we give estrogen for. So that's key. That's something everyone can do. Even if you've never done it before, it's a good time to exercise and eat whole foods. But beyond that, the treatment has to be tailored to each individual woman. What I want to convey most in this interaction with you is women should not be afraid to ask their doctors for treatment. The newer hormones are what's called bioidentical. They're chemically identical to what your own ovaries made for 40 years. The old-fashioned hormones, the ones synthetically created in laboratories, caused cancer, heart attack, stroke, and blood clots. That's why women in America are so afraid of using hormone replacement therapy.
Well, that's good to know that it has changed over time. Dr. Igun, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
And just nice to have the conversation because it's been faux pas for so long. So to have these conversations is important.
I mean, there's a lot of women in the world. You need to know what's going on with them. But promising things. You got to go through it.
Do it together.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist
And you were
Justin
shaking.
Chambers.
You shook your head in support and kindness and listening.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's what women run the world. I know that.
Right.
I'm
So
good man.
well aware of that. Yeah. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. A beautiful shot from our Towson cam. Good morning to you. We are seeing the blue skies that are out there. A few clouds kind of hanging around. Those fall colors. I know I talk about them all the time, but they're just, I think, so pretty when you look at them and you're just driving around. Here's a look at our HD radar. Overall, we're dry here. We're not tracking any rain, and our friend, this big ridge of high pressure, is responsible for keeping us well above average. Now, I know a lot of folks are already starting to think about the holidays and thinking about those cooler temperatures. Don't you worry. We will get there as early as next week, but we've got another string of about 4 or 5 days where those numbers are going to stay well above average. So hanging out there at Penn Station, 62 here in the next hour. Numbers climbing into the afternoon to the upper 70s and even a few lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And for your happy hour on Thursday or Friday Eve, we're looking at the mid to upper 70s, so 77 by about 5 p.m. And some of us will get to the upper 70s and even lower 80s for today. 77 in Bel Air and Elkton, 80 in Baltimore City and Columbia, 81 your temp in Lowell right now, 76 in Annapolis and 74 in Stevensville. Numbers here up and down the 95 corridor. Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., all in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Well, we're at 82 in Richmond today. Pilots, good day to fly. Not much wind out there, mainly VFR. We had some IFR and some MVFR earlier out in the eastern shore, but overall visual flight rules, and again, a pretty great day to get up there in the friendly skies. So a future scan looking great today. And even tomorrow, we have a few clouds coming in. Some of the models want to paint a few of those little green blobs rolling through on Friday, but not really expecting actual rain with that. And then we'll see that weak cold front come through Saturday. That drops our temperatures a little bit Sunday, but the bigger system is the one that really is going to change up our weather pattern next week. This is Coraline from Brett D, my buddy in Mount Airy, and Coraline, the corgi right there, I think dressed as a rock lobster maybe. So thank you, Brett, for sending that picture in. Always love getting those great pet pics and fall pet pics too for the Halloween season, or as we get into the other seasons, you can send those to me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. We're going to keep the lower 80s going through Saturday, even Sunday close to 80. Monday, you'll notice that change. It will be cooler with a few showers around. Right now, it's looking dry on Tuesday, but look at Tuesday and Wednesday's numbers. We're talking about 50s, so we're going to go from well above average to well below average.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at your Lenstoller traffic network. We've got your drive times pulled up. Not great here today, in the yellow most places, but where you're really slow, 695 to 795 to 83. That's a 27-minute commute there. If you don't have a Halloween costume yet, we've got you covered.
I see them just in the studio now getting set up. You're likely to see a lot of Barbies this Halloween. We're going to show you how you can get in on the trend. Look at all that pink over there.
And this morning at the Gordon Center for Performing Arts, we'll talk with Rain Pryor again about what's going on here. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
From the diversity of artists to the diversity of different mediums, art is showcased in so many forms here in Baltimore.
And can be really beautiful. Mark Clark is live at the Gordon Center for Performing Arts with all the artwork there on display. Hey, Mark.
What's going on, guys? Again, I'm with my friend, my new best friend, Rain Pryor. And so, Rain, talk to us about why this is so important, why this exhibition is so important, this event.
In the world when we're having such divisiveness around politics, religion, race, we need the community to come together and to empower each other and transform into something that's better than what we have now. And art and poetry, it does that.
You know, and Rain, we were talking off the air. You're like a great example of your life. In addition to having the famous father and mother and family, you've actually been surrounded by figures throughout, who have been important to us in the, last couple 100 years. You actually know them personally.
Yes.
You've been in those rooms, and so your art extends that. It seems like
art is transformative, and so I was surrounded by people like Melvin Van Peebles, Ernie Barnes. Artist. And so together with these amazing voices, my grandfather, who was Danny Kaye's manager, these amazing voices and amazing people, transformation happens, togetherness happens, understanding happens.
I love it. And so, in this time where we have in a very challenging time in the world, I think these are the places where we can have those conversations. We're safe, and we can actually hopefully get an understanding of each other. So thank you
so much
for all that you're doing, not only here, but you're doing across the country. Really appreciate you, okay? So guys, again, a great opportunity to experience a great event that's bringing us all together. And that's always a great cause.
It sure is.
It is. And Mark, we're going to put information on our website so everyone can come and enjoy it. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All right, it is time to play Trick or Treat Trivia for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. And all you have to do is scan the QR code there on your screen right now. And today is your last chance to play.
Oh, now it just got scary. You get the question right, and you could win the last daily prize of that $100 Visa gift card or the $5,000 weekly winner. Sakithia of Baltimore won Wednesday's trivia question, so good luck to you today. For the first time in 3 weeks, the House has a speaker.
Coming up, how Republicans finally united in a vote and the concerns Democrats are expressing about the pick.
Residents in Federal Hill are stepping up and speaking out about why they don't feel safe in their neighborhood. Straight ahead, the changes they want to see. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have been watching some breaking news as authorities in Maine are now searching for a person of interest connected to at least 2 mass shootings, leaving at least 16 people dead.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center as the police are searching for this person right there. You see, armed and dangerous.
Yeah, this is the person of interest, so I just want to show you that. But just minutes ago, our sister station in Maine actually got a quick interview with the police chief there in Lisbon. This is the scene where the majority of the officials were gathered. So let me just play this a little bit. Now, again, this was just about 10 minutes ago. This is Police Chief Ryan McGee.
Local PDs, it's not just Lisbon here. You'll see a lot of people in different uniforms. I could say last night there was police agencies from all across the state responded to assist with everything going on. Obviously, it's very tragic what went on next door in Lewiston. But the biggest thing I just want to get out to everybody that I can say right now is if you see something in Lisbon that is suspicious, I want you to call and explain to the dispatcher. You know, go onto the main public safety site. You can read the press release. There's a lot of information.
So the chief right there is saying something that is very eerily similar to what happened here, what we just witnessed not too long ago when we were talking about this in Cockeysville. Last year, remember in February, there was a police officer there. I want to take you a shot here live also here. He was just talking about Lewiston. This is Lewiston right down from Lisbon. This is a live shot that you're here this morning where the community still is on lockdown. Everyone being told to shelter in place as police search for a 40-year-old man. Police say he's armed and dangerous and a person of interest. Just minutes ago, that Lisbon Police Chief, Ryan McGee, spoke with the reporters about the situation as they are asking for everyone in the area to report anything they feel is odd. What he was saying was even an open window or a shed door that you normally drive by and see it's closed, even call for that, because just like what happened in Cockeysville where there was a suspect that shot 2 police officers, they are going to each individual location and looking in it. So you may see, he was telling them, you may see federal agents, SWAT, K-9 units going into a place. That does not mean they're there. They're just methodically checking and searching every area, just like they did in Cockeysville, where they finally ended up catching that suspect almost 2 days later in Hartford County. Here's what we know right now. A gunman kills at least 16 people, injures more than a dozen others in 2 shootings. One at a bowling alley, another at a bar roughly 10 minutes away. Officials say the number of fatalities may continue to rise. As just released earlier, a 23-year-old is now in critical condition. And viewer video from Sinclair sister station, again back in Portland, WGME, showing police surrounding the scene after those shots rang out 7 o'clock last night. Here's the latest from police.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
Police also releasing this photo of a vehicle found just miles away from the scenes in Lisbon. That's where that police chief was just talking to us earlier, where the entire town is still locked down. Police say it was involved in one of the shootings. Now, we are now getting word Maine State Police will be holding a news conference at 10:30 this morning, so in an hour right now. Just to give you an example of how rare something like this happens in the state of Maine, last year there were a total of 29 homicides. Today, they're now counting 16 in one incident. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis as Fox 45 News is following the fallout from a letter Councilman Eric Costello sent to Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale.
That letter describes a crime in his district in which a man on a scooter was mugged along a well-lit street right in front of several surveillance cameras. Now, in the letter, the councilman says, quote, the perpetrators have little fear given the brazen nature of this crime.
And it goes on to say that police took more than 9 hours to reach out to the victim or the business where the crime happened to get camera footage of the crime. He says crimes like this, quote, shake our collective confidence in the mayor's crime plan.
I've spent every waking moment over the last 5 days fielding phone calls, text messages, and emails from residents who don't feel safe. People are scared to come out of their home in the middle of broad daylight. That is insane. The administration needs to do something to get this situation under control.
While the number of murders and non-fatal shootings across the city are down, the councilman points to the soaring number of carjackings and car thefts in Baltimore City. The latest police data shows there have been more than 9,000 cars stolen in the city so far this year. That is a 230% increase from this same time last year. Now, juvenile violence is soaring in Baltimore and across the state. Police, parents, prosecutors are all sounding the alarm about the problem, saying juvenile offenders know they can't be prosecuted under current state law, which is emboldening some to commit crimes. Plus, you've got businesses like restaurants and grocery stores that have been falling victim to theft recently. Fox 45 News talked with a number of business owners about the crime, and they say the city hasn't done enough to protect them. Some businesses have been forced to close because of the crime. During a Fox 45 News town hall Tuesday night, panelists say the city needs to put more focus on quality of life crimes and make sure that everyone knows if you commit any crime, there will be consequences.
There's a problem when you don't put the safety and the concern of your citizens ahead of everything else.
You can't ignore any type of crime in the city. You can play the number game with murders and numbers of guns you're collecting, but it's about the quality of life for every neighborhood, for every citizen. We should not have to look behind our back and feel that something is going on.
Well, this morning we are hearing from residents in Councilman Costello's district. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a reaction from Federal Hill. Shannon.
Yeah, and some of the crime statistics, when you look at them, Megan, are down from this time last year when we're talking about homicides and non-fatal shootings. So we set out to find out why so many residents still feel unsafe. Here's what some of you are saying.
I don't feel safe. Neighbors are talking about they're afraid to walk out of their house.
Well, my mom's car's been stolen.
We've had a lot of windows broken.
And then they came and broke her window.
They're kind of wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, stealing packages, breaking windows. No guidelines for the park. We need security at this park.
A lot of it just comes down to community. It'll be communities just policing their community.
Now, many of the long-timers here in Federal Hill fear that the government has forgotten them. Crimes affecting their quality of life, like carjackings, car thefts, and vandalism, well, they have all soared. And the struggle to find protection has grown difficult. Some people we spoke to really just want to see more police officers patrolling the area. But bottom line, they want leaders to know that they don't feel safe in their neighborhood. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott could soon have even more competition in the 2024 race for mayor. Coming up, the community activist weighing a run for office.
And a live look outside. Things are heating up. We'll see unseasonably warm temperatures today and could actually hit a record tomorrow. Just how hot it's going to get and then how long that will last. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:41. The 2024 mayoral primary is just over 6 months away, and businessman Bob Wallace says he anticipates running for mayor, but he hasn't officially filed. At a campaign event, though, Wallace said creating a safer city is all about collaboration and making sure young people have consequences for their actions.
So let me be clear. The policy, the strategy of the next mayor has to be inclusive of Ivan Bates. It has to be inclusive of having the right police chief. It has to be inclusive of working with state resources, right? It's got to be inclusive of including federal resources, all in the focused effort of reducing crime and making the decision to the choice, right, to commit a crime, make it painful.
If you missed Tuesday's town hall focused on crime, it will air again Saturday at 1 p.m. on MyTV Baltimore and Saturday at 11 p.m. on the CW. It will also air Sunday at midnight right here on Fox 45, and you can also stream it anytime, the entire town hall, online at foxbaltimore.com.
Making headlines, the economy will be a focus for voters. Inflation continues to push prices up, and that is especially true at the grocery store. USDA data shows beef prices are around $8 per pound. That is a record high for the U.S. And more Americans are struggling to put food on the table. That's according to a new report from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. About 17 million households, or 12.8%, did not have enough food last year. That's up from 10% the year before. Still ahead, after weeks of debate, House Republicans finally elect a new speaker. Coming up, what newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson is calling his first order of business.
And it was the summer's hottest film, and probably most likely Halloween's hottest costume. From the shoes to the clothes to the hair, we're going to show you how to dress like Barbie this Halloween. I was already over there checking out the goods. Good stuff over there. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Trending now, after its record-breaking hit in the box office, Barbie is expected to be the biggest Halloween costume of 2023. Joining us live this morning with some very fun Barbie-inspired outfits, we have owner of Sass Resale Boutique, Rebecca Vest, joining us. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for asking. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, and we got to start with the Barbie slogan, "We girls can do anything," and you are a great example of that. You had a bit of a setback recently, and you're coming out stronger than ever.
I did. I was in Cockeysville on Antique Grove for 10 years in the consignment boutique, and in June we experienced a fire.
I'm so sorry.
And it took everything to the ground, but you can't let that stop you, and you still have to keep pursuing your dream. So the new location of Sass opens next Thursday in Hereford, and we're so excited.
Rebecca, that is awesome. That is on Barbie theme right there.
Yes.
And obviously you've got some pink to go with it. The whole purpose is to use something new. Don't go buy something cookie cutter. Come and be you.
Come and be you. Be the unique person you are. Everything you see is either from the boutique, so it's gently used on consignment. You're rocking that.
I like this. I like the fur. All consignment.
All consignment, or borrow from a friend, which I did on some items, or my own closet.
All right, if we're looking to do a Barbie outfit, pink, obviously.
Pink, you definitely need some pink. You definitely need a little rhinestone.
How'd you know I was reaching for that?
You need some rhinestone.
Yep.
So you can get sassy like Barbie does.
This is no weird Barbie. We're the stylish Barbie here.
We are the stylish Barbie. You may have some cowboy boots in your closet. You can put them on. It's so much fun.
This was a good idea too, because this looks like the dress in the movie too.
The iconic Barbie dress from the movie. And you could pair it with a jean jacket. You have that in your closet. I grabbed a Lily Pulitzer dress from the new boutique.
So you've got some name brand stuff at your shop,
too. I do, yes. Some fun star earrings. You have to have some sunglasses.
Well, I'm eyeing these ones right here, Rebecca. And it's got to be so much fun at your shop, just giving things new life again.
It is so much fun, and that's what we're all about.
Oh my goodness.
You're looking styling.
Rebecca, we appreciate you coming and getting us ready for Halloween, but also in all that you're doing to persevere through tough times.
Thank you. The community has been amazing. My team, the girls that have stuck with me, and my supporters and my consigners. I couldn't do it without them.
And because of you, we get to look pretty cool, Patrice. What do you think? Kinda.
And I need some.
Oh.
All right, well, I'm talking sports, but if I had some pink, I could be stylish in my Barbie with it. We're one day away from kicking off the World Series, where the Diamondbacks and the Rangers are going head-to-head, and you can catch all the Fall Classic coverage right here on Fox 45, your exclusive home for the World Series. Now, taking you live to Phoenix, Arizona, just outside of Arlington, Texas. Do we have some shots of those? We'll get to them if we do, but here's what you really need to know. First pitch for the games will be at 8:03 every night. Game 1 is tomorrow in Texas, followed by Game 2 on Saturday. Both teams have Sunday off so that they can travel to Arizona, and there they will play Game 3 on Monday. They play Game 4 on Tuesday, and then if necessary, they play Game 5 on Wednesday, which everyone is hoping for. If the series makes it that far, both teams will then be off on Thursday and travel back to Texas, and that is where they will wrap up the World Series next Friday and Saturday for Games 6 and 7.
Trying to fix my hair. I feel like I'm now turning into weird Barbie.
No, your Barbie hair is perfect.
Not weird Barbie anymore.
You're back. You're back in place.
All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us. He's got our forecast.
Your news anchor Barbie with your little hands, right? Both of you are like your little news anchor Barbie. Here I am reading all my scripts. You can see all my scripts. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, exciting World Series. I don't think the Rangers have lost on the road at all. So they are, probably the favorite to win. We'll see what happens. We know didn't work out the way we liked it there at Camden Yards, but guess what? We're going to be back and better next year, everyone. So just be excited about that. Lots of blue skies out there right now from our Toyota and our Inner Harbor Skycam. We're at 55 at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and you can see that humidity at 83%. So you still feel a little bit of that moisture out there, but on your forecast, if you want to get out there and play some golf here this hour, great. Lower 70s by noon, not even talking about a 1 or a 2 club wind, and upper 70s into the lower 80s. These are great golf scores, by the way, too. of those 70s and 80s. And Carlos the Crab, he's happy. He's a happy crab today. We're going for a 5 on the Crabcast. So overall, a very nice afternoon. I mean, when you have numbers like this any day, but upper 70s and lower 80s with low humidity, not a lot of bugs around, and the fall colors looking good. 65 is typically where we are, but across Carroll and Baltimore counties, we're going to be in the upper 70s, and yes, even some lower 80s. Even for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, a lot of great pumpkin patches and farms going on up there. 78 Aberdeen and Northeast, 77 Chesapeake City, and over toward Perryman here. Now, our temperature tracker, looking at those numbers in the lower 80s, and we stay well above average all the way through Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Look at that. We drop below average. So a big change is coming next week that is going to really impact all of us. But our future scan stays nice and dry. Even though we get some clouds around hanging out tomorrow, may see a stray shower or two, but overall, not really looking for much in the way of actual rain. We'll be a bit cooler behind that weak cold front coming through as we head towards Sunday. 5 days out from Halloween. So speaking of Barbie or any of those great costumes, 10 days until we fall back. So that time change happens next Sunday. That is when we fall back into standard time. Here's that 7-day forecast. We are tracking some showers, a few possible Sunday, but really Monday looks to be the best day or best chance to see some rain. And right now, Tuesday does look mainly dry, even though it will be much cooler for trick-or-treaters.
All right, we want to go back now to the breaking news we've been following out of Maine. Those living in Lewiston are still being asked to shelter in place as police continue to search for the gunman who opened fire overnight in 2 separate locations. At least 16 people were killed in those incidents. The violence happening at a restaurant and a bowling alley in Lewiston. That's the state's second largest city, about 36 miles north of Portland. Police are calling this man right here, 40-year-old Robert Card, a person of interest. He is reportedly a firearms instructor who was recently treated at a mental health facility. Now, Maine does not require people to have a permit to carry guns. Gun control advocates have tried to tighten the laws in the state, but those have not gone through. Earlier this year, a proposal to require background checks for private gun sales failed, as well as a proposal for a 72-hour waiting period for gun purchases. That also failed. Right now, we are awaiting another update from authorities on the shooting, but you can find the very latest right now on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead, it may be fall, but we could see record high temperatures tomorrow.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if things are going to cool back down in time for Halloween. It's 9:53 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.